People of Hugh family heard June's request. They looked at each other in dismay and did not speak for a long time. June saw their expressions, and the doubt in her heart became even stronger. George, on the other hand, was a straightforward person. When he saw these people stuttering, it was obvious that there was something that they were hiding. Immediately he asked, "This request of ours is very reasonable. If we don't see our employer, what right do we have to agree to your conditions?" The expressions of the Hugh family's people became more and more bitter. After a long period of silence, they said, "We can't make a decision on this matter. You all should leave first. We will give an answer after we ask Mr. Xander." George was so angry that he wanted to go forward and beat these emissaries up, but he was stopped by June with a wave of her hand. June would have let George go. She was confident that he would be able to deal with them. It was just that June saw something strange. The representatives from the Hugh family seemed uncomfortable. It was not easy to make a judgment in a short period of time, so she decided to retreat for the time being and discuss this matter carefully. "All right, then we will wait for the news. I hope we don't have to wait long," June said as she stood up and left the manor with her people. George glared at the people of the Hugh family and followed behind June angrily. As for the few people of the Hugh family, when they saw that June and George had finally been sent away, they actually let out a sigh of relief. After returning to a place that was temporarily stationed near the manor of the Hugh family, George anxiously asked June, "What's going on? Those people seem a little strange." June nodded and said, "It is very strange. I suspect that they don't even have Mr. Parker at all." "What? How is that possible? Why didn't he contact us?" George asked a series of questions. June glanced at him helplessly. However, it was all a coincidence. When June was negotiating in the manor of the Hugh family, initially the Hugh family had indeed captured Harry. Therefore, the few people who came to negotiate with them were very confident and wouldn't go back on any of their demands. However, the negotiation had been delayed for a long time. When June was about to request to see Harry in person, the few men from the Hugh family also happened to receive the news that Harry had escaped. This put the negotiation in a weird standstill. June wanted to see Harry and would not continue the deal till then, and the Hugh family had to skirt around the issue. Harry had escaped, which would be good news for June had he not been taken to a remote mine near one of the deadliest regions in the world. However, if Harry died on the Savage Mountain, it would be the worst outcome for the Hugh family if his subordinates found out about it. That would mean June would gather all the forces left behind by Harry and launch a deadly attack on the enemy. The damage that would be inflicted might very well remove the Hugh family from the face of the earth, and their name would be lost to obscurity. Xander didn't intend to perish together with Harry. He only wanted what Harry had built. For the sake of that wealth, he could ruthlessly put his son in danger, and he could also mobilize the forces of his family to launch all kinds of attacks. However, any move he could make would be responded to in force. This kind of mutual destruction was something he tried his best to avoid. But now, the situation has changed. Harry had run into the Savage Mountain, and whether he lived or died was out of their control. If anything unexpected happened, Harry's men would surely launch a frenzied attack on the enemy. Therefore, the Hugh family could only try their best to hide the news and not let the outside world know that Harry had gone missing. On June's side, she was still in deep thought. What exactly had happened to Harry? Did the Hugh family catch him? After thinking for a while, she felt that from the expressions of the servants of the Hugh family just now, it was highly possible that they had no idea where Harry was. But June and the others did not dare to confirm this suspicion. So the most important thing at the moment was not to launch a revenge attack. Instead, it was the most important thing to find Harry first. June brought Harry's subordinates along. On the surface, it seemed like they were still in a state of mutual disagreement with the Hugh family. In fact, there were many undercurrents in the dark. June had already sent many people to find a way to hide or bribe the people of the Hugh family to investigate Harry's whereabouts. However, because of the time, these investigators did not gain any information in a short period of time. Just when June was extremely anxious, another group of investigators reported an important piece of news first. "June, I found someone that works for the Crocodile Society, and they have confirmed that they took Harry to the Hugh family's drop-off." He sent a worker to the Southern Ocean to report. "What? They actually admitted it so easily?" June asked happily and surprisingly. June also had some understanding of the reputation of the Crocodile Society. This was an organization that did not abide by the rules. Everything was about money and not people. There was no sense of morality at all. Initially, she thought that the people sent to investigate would take some time. Who would have thought that they would receive accurate information so quickly? This made June very surprised, but what followed was joy. She finally got some good news. Yes, this subordinate also felt very strange. The initial investigation did not go smoothly and was met with a lot of resistance. But not long after, the Crocodile Society actually took the initiative to send some news and confirmed all of his statements. June furrowed her brows. A portion of the information? The Crocodile Society is still hiding something? George, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but snort. In his eyes, the so-called Crocodile Society, which no one could avoid, was just a motley crew. They actually went and caught his employer without even looking at him. This was simply ridiculous. This was an unforgivable act. It was just that now wasn't the time yet. Otherwise, George would definitely order all the men from the Wolf Guard to wipe out this so-called Crocodile Society. The leader of the Crocodile Society sent me a message. She said that they didn't have any intention of opposing us. They just needed the money to complete the mission. They had no intention of harming Harry. Furthermore, they had reached an agreement with Mr. Parker. They said that as long as we pay, they will save Mr. Parker. The person who reported the news said. Why would we need trash like them to save Harry? George said disdainfully. His tone was full of contempt for the Crocodile Society. June asked carefully, Is that all? Did the people of the Crocodile Society tell you where Harry is? Where did their deal take place? I tried to get that information, but she said it was top secret, the reporting subordinate said helplessly. What secret? I think these people from the Crocodile Society are up to no good. They are trying to extort us for money. After taking all the money from the Hugh family, they will get Mr. Parker and then hold him for ransom. Perhaps they have him right now, George said angrily. He was not a brainless brute. The fact that he could manage thousands of people in Harry's place indicated that George was a very capable man. George wasn't just making random guesses. June, on the other hand, was deep in thought. After a while, she made up her mind. She raised her head and said to George, I will go to meet the people of the Crocodile Society. You should stay here and continue to pressure the Hugh family. Let them show evidence that they have Harry. As long as you don't see Mr. Parker with your own eyes, we will never believe anything they say. George hesitated and said, This isn't right. I bet you they don't even have Harry, and are just trying to stall and hope we give in to their demands. I'm betting the Crocodile Society knows more than they are telling, and that could lead us to Harry. He didn't want to stay here and pretend to be a snake with the people of the Hugh family, so he wanted to go all out. As long as there were people who seemed suspicious to him, he could just kill them all. June berated, Now it is just a guess. Are you so sure that Harry isn't in the Hugh family's hands? We have to be very careful with this matter. After being harshly reprimanded by June, George finally became obedient. He lowered his head and said, Yes, June, I will stay here. Only then did June nod her head and instructed again. Don't let your emotions affect the negotiation with the Hugh family. Be steady. Your current task is to exert pressure on the Hugh family while dragging them along. Wait for my news. I understand, George nodded and said. After settling the matters here, June did not waste any time. She immediately flew to find the people of the Crocodile Society. The current leader of the Crocodile Society, Vicky, had already received the notice and put on a very enthusiastic look as she waited for June's visit. When the plane arrived, June, who got off the plane, saw that the people of the Crocodile Society had put on a warm, welcoming posture and naturally did not comment. In her heart, she also wished that she could eliminate this group of people right now. Whether the Crocodile Society was neutral or not, or whether they were using money to capture Harry, it did not matter. In June's eyes, these people from the Crocodile Society had already been written into the list of people who had to be eliminated. As long as they dared to disrespect Harry, they would need to be taught a lesson in her heart. Furthermore, the Crocodile Society had captured Harry and handed him over to the Hugh family. Therefore, June had to eliminate the Crocodile Society in order to relieve the hatred in her heart. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time yet. Harry's life and death were still unknown. June didn't even know where he was. The only person she knew was the Crocodile Society. That was why she had to make a trip there personally to find a way to save Harry. Vicky was slightly surprised when she saw the beautiful figure that got off the plane. She also didn't expect that after Harry was captured, she would be the one to take his place. It was actually a girl. Furthermore, this girl had a peerless appearance that even Vicky had to admit was one of the best she had ever seen. This cold-faced woman cared about power the most in her heart. That was why she took advantage of the internal turmoil of the Crocodile Society to stand out and seize power, becoming the new leader. Vicky originally thought that she was the only capable woman to possess so much power. Who would have thought that she would meet June today? She also had an extraordinary and beautiful appearance. Seeing the valiant and elite guards that June brought along and their respectful manner towards her, Vicky put away her underestimation and started to pay attention to June's visit more carefully. She knew why Harry's subordinates came over, and also knew that they would be found sooner or later. Hence, when June sent people over to investigate, she openly admitted it. However, Vicky did not have the intention to personally welcome Harry's subordinates at the beginning. She originally wanted to dismiss them as she pleased. Who would have thought that something unexpected would happen on Harry's side? According to the agreement, Vicky was going to rescue Harry in 3 days. Even though Xander was very cunning, he quickly moved Harry away from the transfer point. These were all within Vicky's expectations. She had already been keeping a close eye on the people from the Hugh family. However, what Vicky didn't expect was that Harry miraculously escaped from the place of imprisonment. What made Vicky even more uneasy was that Harry even ran into the Savage Mountain. This situation also made Vicky feel lost and at a loss. She also knew about the rumors of the Savage Mountain. She also didn't dare to let her subordinates sneak into the mountain to find Harry. Anyone who went into that place had never returned. Vicky felt helpless when such a situation occurred. She wasn't concerned about Harry's safety. In any case, it didn't matter if Harry died or not. The key was Vicky's heart ached for the money. Previously, Harry had promised that as long as she saved him, he would reward the Crocodile Society with $1 billion. Now that Vicky had control over the Crocodile Society, what she wanted the most was money. Only a large amount of money could stabilize her position as the leader. However, before Vicky could think of what to do, June had already run over. Therefore, she could only put on a welcoming posture to avoid making Harry's subordinates anxious before she had earned the money. "It's Miss June, right? Welcome to the Crocodile Society's headquarters as our honored guest." Vicky went up to greet her, and the corner of her mouth barely showed a trace of a smile. June did not want to talk nonsense with her and directly asked, "Tell me, where is Harry?" "Oh, Miss June is really impatient. You should go and ask the Hugh family. Why did you come all the way here to ask me?" Vicky had yet to figure out how to deal with Harry's subordinates, so she could only play dumb. June said impatiently, "We are all smart people. You should know what your group has done. If you want to be more stable, it would be best to tell me the truth. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rough with you." "Your words are too much. Our Crocodile Society doesn't see you as an enemy. You just came here and you are already shouting. Isn't that a little rude?" Vicky replied with a question. June didn't really want to start a fight with the Crocodile Society now. Those threatening words just now were only a test. Seeing Vicky's tone and demeanor, June let out a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, she felt even more puzzled. June could tell that Vicky was not her enemy at this time. Most likely, Harry was not under the control of the Crocodile Society, which was why she let out a slight sigh of relief. Now was the question of where Harry was. Both parties that had seen him last did not have him in their clutches. "I don't have time to waste with you. You've been playing dumb with me. I know all you want is the money. Just tell me how much you want for the information you have on Harry." June went straight to the point. She had no time to waste here. Regarding the people of the Crocodile Society, June didn't have the intention to get close to them. Instead, she wanted to find Harry and capture all of them in one fell swoop. Vicky saw that June was very obedient and started to laugh. She was usually a very cold and elegant woman, but now that she smiled, it was incomparably charming, causing all the men around to stare at her. June usually had a sunny disposition, but now her face was as cold as ice. It made people's hearts move when they saw her, but they didn't dare to get close to her. The confrontation between the two beauties made all the men around feel that there was probably no more scenery that was more beautiful than this. What they could not tell was that June was filled with this urge to kill Vicky over her greed. "Miss June is a straightforward person. I will not be unreasonable. The price is 200 million. I will tell you all the information about your employer." Vicky opened her mouth and demanded 200 million. As for June, she did not even frown. She directly nodded her head. "Okay, 200 million is no problem, but I request that you not hold anything back and tell me everything about Harry." "Of course, I'm a woman of my word," Vicky said, as if it was a matter of course. June sneered in her heart when she heard this. The people of the Crocodile Society said that they spoke of honesty. This could not be farther from the truth. The two of them then entered a living room. At this place, Vicky slowly received the request from the Crocodile Society and told them about the ambush of Harry and the handover of information to the Hugh family. When June heard that Harry had unexpectedly escaped from the Hugh family's control and entered the wilderness, she immediately could not sit still. After examining Vicky and seeing that she did not seem to be lying, she quickly analyzed the details of her words. June discovered that there were no false clues inside and decided to immediately arrange for people to rescue Harry. Of course, June did not immediately believe everything Vicky said. Although looking at her expression and words, there were more true elements. But June was also wary of the possibility of her lying. For the time being, she still had accurate information about Harry. It would be fine as long as she knew that he was on Savage Mountain. The only thing left was to fight the Hugh family and their attempt to get to Harry first. Thank you for your cooperation. I will transfer 200 million to you now. As for the matter of the Crocodile Society ambushing my employer, we will slowly settle this score in the future. June stood up as she spoke. Vicky asked unhurriedly, "Is Miss June preparing to enter the mountain?" "Where I am going you are not qualified to ask," June said without hesitation. Vicky pretended to sigh and said, "Fine. This Savage Mountain is not an ordinary place. Before you go in, you better ask what has happened to everyone that has gone to those mountains. No need for you to trouble yourself. Goodbye." June did not care what kind of place Savage Mountain was. Even if it was a dangerous place, as long as Harry was inside, June would dare to barge in without even looking back. June saw that most of the information had already been obtained, so she brought everyone out of the Crocodile Society's territory cleanly. After she left, Vicky happily looked at the 200 million in the Crocodile Society's account. She was thinking about how to use this money. The management of the Crocodile Society was actually very rough in the past. Earlier, their only goal was to do jobs for some wealthy people and take their money whether they completed their mission or not. But now, the Crocodile Society was led by Vicky. She didn't like this kind of bandit behavior. She took out all the money she earned from the Hugh family and sent it to the people below to calm them down. Vicky had dumped all her money into the society, leaving her with no funds of her own. Now that June had paid for their information, she had enough money to continue her plans. She wanted to rely on the Crocodile Society to fulfill her wish and expand. This $200 million fee could not be given to her subordinates as a salary. She had to think about investing in a real industry. Through stable profits, it would be a source of income for the Crocodile Society to maintain their bottom line. Unfortunately, 200 million was not enough to start any big lucrative project. Vicky smacked her lips in pity. If she successfully rescued Harry, he had promised to give her $500 million previously. With that kind of capital, the profits would be even greater after she invested it in normal businesses. This would also allow her to create a core industry that could strengthen the Crocodile Society. Previously, the small skirmishes in the Crocodile Society would sustain them for a while, but after the number of people had expanded to a certain extent, it wouldn't be enough to split the money that they earned through cheating. Furthermore, the unscrupulous actions of the Crocodile Society had also caused their reputation to be tarnished. No one dared to look for them to do any jobs, and the channels that they used to obtain funds were slowly decreasing. In the past, the leaders of the Crocodile Society didn't really care. They didn't have any ambitions, and they just wanted to live a luxurious life with a large sum of money. But Vicky was different. She was a woman with ambition. In the past, she secretly planned to take control of the Crocodile Society. Now that she had become the leader of the Crocodile Society, she began to plan for them to take on a bigger role. She wanted to make good use of the Crocodile Society's power and build her own organization. Of course, what would happen to the underlings of the Crocodile Society during this process was not what Vicky cared about. In the middle, many of the people in the Crocodile Society would be eliminated by Vicky. "Boss, I don't think that woman is easy to get along with. You have already handed over the information. What if she turns her back and then comes to attack us?" Vicky's subordinate asked worriedly. He was her confidant and was very good at reading people's expressions. That was why Vicky placed him as her right hand. However, after Vicky heard it, she smiled and did not care at all. "It doesn't matter. She'll be too busy looking for Mr. Parker to worry about us. On top of the impossibility that he survives that mountain, they'll be too focused on the Hugh family to bother with us." The subordinate asked unwillingly, "Boss, since she is so eager to save her employer, why didn't you raise the price for the information?" Vicky sighed, thinking that she had done a lot to steer her group away from that kind of barbaric thinking. No matter what she did, he always wanted to do backhanded deals. He simply did not have the intention to nurture customers. Mr. Parker is a very mysterious person. He doesn't act like all the other rich families. He's obviously very rich, but he just doesn't want to take the money out. Boss, do you mean that you want to develop Harry into a long-term client? His subordinate was finally enlightened. Vicky was relieved and said, "Smart. It is not easy to meet such a generous person. After he is rescued, I will personally go to the door to apologize and resolve the conflict between us. But I am afraid that something will happen to Mr. Parker." Vicky frowned as she spoke. A place like Savage Mountain was really strange. It did not matter who went up the mountain, no one would ever return. And a rich and powerful young man like Harry was no exception. In the past, there were many rich and powerful young men who liked to hunt for strange things. Relying on numbers, they would have a false sense of security, and before they knew it, the mountain would have claimed all their lives. Unfortunately, they all became victims of the wild nature that is Savage Mountain. Therefore, Vicky was not optimistic about whether Harry would be able to come out alive after entering Savage Mountain. The reason why she did not reserve any information about Harry to June was to earn the $200 million information fee. She also wanted to form a good relationship with Harry, despite putting him in this situation, to begin with. Anyway, there were only benefits, and no disadvantages to her. What if Harry was really rescued? At that time, wouldn't June still have a little bit of gratitude toward her? June, who had obtained the information from the Crocodile Society, immediately sent people to Savage Mountain. At the same time, the Hugh family also made their move. Xander didn't care about the life and death of his men at all. In order to capture Harry, they had also gathered a large number of their men and started to prepare to enter the mountain. The reason why Xander risked the destruction of all his men to enter the mountain and capture Harry was because he wanted to rescue Fallon, who was under Harry's control. Next was the island that Harry owned. The minerals on the island were too attractive to Xander. If Harry's men went into the mountain, Xander would take advantage of the fact that Harry's men were all headless to leave Reflecting Moon Island without any protection. However, after Xander fully understood the tight defense of the Reflecting Moon Island, he quickly gave up on this idea. Capturing Harry and forcing him to hand over all the wealth under his name was the way to obtain the most out of the deal with little to risk on his own end. However, if they went to attack Reflecting Moon Island and fought head-on, the losses would be hard to estimate. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xander would never use such a method to gain ownership of the Reflecting Moon Island. Under mutual destruction, the Hugh family's strength was already greatly reduced. Even if they managed to seize the Reflecting Moon Island, they would not be able to guard against the other major powers that would see the power vacuum. "Sir, are we really not going to save Fallon first?" the butler asked. Xander shook his head and said, "You know what the situation is like in the place where Fallon is locked up. If we just go and save him, not only will we not get any benefits, but it will also cause Harry and his subordinates to be anxious and behave irrationally. It might be even more dangerous for Fallon." "But sir, Harry's subordinates who are negotiating with us seem to have realized that something is wrong. Maybe they will vent their anger on Fallon after they find out the truth," the butler said worriedly. Xander sighed. "Fallon is always too reckless. If he had told me earlier and not acted of his own accord, things would not have turned out so poorly for him." The butler tried to persuade him. "Sir, I think we should think of a way to rescue Fallon first." Xander also wanted to save Fallon. However, the main force of the Hugh family was currently outside the mountain. There was no way he could save Fallon with just the help of the other forces in his family. If he wanted to go to Reflecting Moon Island to save Fallon, he would have to send out a large portion of his subordinates. However, after thinking about it, Xander felt that he couldn't do that. Harry had entered the Savage Mountain, but it hadn't been long. If he had only entered the outer region, the possibility of him coming out was still very high. Therefore, in order to catch Harry, Xander made two preparations. One was to prepare a team of 300 elite members of his bodyguards. They were fully armed and entered the river to search for Harry's whereabouts. The other one was a large number of people who were sent to guard all the places in the outer perimeter of Savage Mountain. As long as Harry could walk out of the mountain, he would be discovered immediately. Xander had set up an inescapable net and swore to catch Harry. June was not idle either. After she obtained the information about Harry from the Crocodile Society, she immediately sent someone to investigate. The intelligence personnel who were sent out to obtain clues about Harry from the Hugh family had finally obtained some information. They had bribed a few more important people from the Hugh family and learned some key points of information. They knew Harry had gone into the mountain. Both sides relayed the same information the people from the Crocodile Society had told June. June understood that Harry had indeed entered the mountain. She immediately started to prepare to rescue him. At the same time, she also knew that the Hugh family had also sent people to find Harry, and they had also arranged a large number of people in the outer perimeter. Before rescuing Harry, June didn't want to make a move against the Hugh family in order to avoid unnecessary complications. Therefore, she chose to bring along 100 Wolf Guard elites, as well as 10 bionic humans, and take a plane to land in Savage Mountain. Harry slowly woke up from his coma. When he regained consciousness, he immediately noticed something unusual. He still remembered that he had fallen into the water and drifted into the river. But now, when he woke up, he found himself lying on a bed. Callie was nowhere to be found. Harry was currently in a small wooden room. The so-called bed he was lying on was just some soft grass stalks that were placed on the floor and a few large leaves. The entire room was the size of an outdoor tent for 2 people. The walls and floor were all made of vines. It was like a small cage. There were no furnishings or furniture in the room. There were only some simple and crude clay pots, which looked very primitive. He did not know what was inside the clay pots. Harry didn't have the time to think about these things right now. He just wanted to find out where he was and where Callie had been taken. Harry sat up and thought for a while. He felt that something must have happened while he was unconscious in the river. As for how long he was unconscious, it was even harder to tell. Seeing the sunlight shining through the gaps in the wall made of vines, Harry knew that it was daytime. He tried to move his body and found that other than the broken ribs in his chest, there were no other major problems. Moreover, his clothes had already been taken off, and his chest seemed to have been treated. Someone had applied some unpleasant ointment on him. He got up and walked to a spot that was covered by a tree leaf in front of him. This place seemed to be the door of this house, but it was just a big leaf as the door. It was quite interesting. Harry did not know where he was right now, and who this house belonged to. He could only go out and look for answers. However, judging from the current situation, he should be safe. The situation wasn't too bad. At least the person who saved him didn't seem like someone from the Hugh family, and they didn't have any bad intentions toward him. While Harry was thinking about these things, he opened the door made of leaves. A strong ray of light shone in at once, making Harry unable to adapt for a moment. He could only close his eyes and wait for a moment before narrowing them into a small slit to observe the outside. The result shocked Harry. The room he was in now was not on the ground, but in the air. Strictly speaking, this small house was a tree house shaped like a bird's nest. It was about 4 to 5 meters above the ground and used a ladder made of vines as a tool to climb up and down. Outside, there was more than one tree house. Harry found that he seemed to have entered a primitive tribe. In the dense forest, there were more than a few tree houses around. As for whether there were any more tree houses in the area, the leaves blocked his vision. Harry could not tell for the time being. There was an open space not far from the treehouse. In the middle of the open space, there was a small building that looked like an altar made of stone. A few people wearing strange clothes were currently surrounding the altar. What made Harry happy was that Callie was among the crowd. At this moment, she seemed to be trying to communicate with these people. "Callie!" Harry shouted and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Callie looked over. She was overjoyed and said, "You are awake!" Harry could not stand still in this small treehouse at this time. He immediately clumsily slid down along the vines. He was still seriously injured and had not fully recovered yet. Plus, it was his first time using this kind of special ladder, so he was not used to it. When he was safely standing on the ground, he was sweating profusely. Callie ran through the crowd and wiped the sweat off Harry's forehead. She felt sorry for him. She asked with concern, "How do you feel?" Harry touched the area where he was injured and said, "It's all right. I don't feel that heart-wrenching pain anymore." "You should stay up there and rest," Callie said. Harry shook his head and looked at the primitive people who were approaching him with caution. He asked Callie, "Who are these people? How did we get here? How long have I been unconscious? What is this place?" Harry asked all these questions in a row. Callie shook her head. "It's better to sit over there and I will tell you." Harry followed the direction she was pointing at and found that it was the location of the altar. Harry thought to himself, "This altar seems to not only have one function, it should also be a place for the tribe to gather." As they followed Callie, Harry was curiously sized up by these primitive people along the way. Harry also looked at them curiously. When he saw these people up close, Harry finally understood why he felt these people were wearing strange clothes just now. It was clearly a very primitive tribe, but these people were wearing clothes that were manufactured in a textiles factory. But it was also very old and worn out. What was even stranger was that these people didn't really care about their clothes. Some of them were obviously wearing t-shirts, but they were also wearing dresses made of leaves. Some of them were wearing pants on their legs, but their upper bodies were simply covered by leaves. He looked around. Harry knew what was going on. This primitive tribe should be isolated from the outside world. These clothes were obviously not bought or exchanged from the outside world. It was as if they had been taken from people that wandered into the forest. Thinking of this, Harry began to feel nervous. What if they had not picked it up from a charity, but obtained it through hunting? Harry had previously learned from watching documentaries that in this world, in some remote wilderness areas, there were cannibal tribes. Many tribes still followed the ancient traditions in these desolate lands that had never been visited by civilization. They followed the law of the jungle, which was extremely barbaric. And the tribe that he and Callie were in now, could it also be a barbaric tribe? Harry thought. Although it looked like they were treated by these people might not like to eat people who were weak and injured. They liked to raise people to be healthy. After they were fat and strong, they would put them on fire and roast them. So Harry asked Callie with a worried look, "Callie, did the two of us fall into the hands of cannibals?" Harry looked at the primitive people and felt that they were sizing up which piece of meat was the best. Harry felt that he had been really unlucky recently. He had just escaped from the heat of the pan and fallen straight into the fire. Callie unexpectedly smiled when she heard Harry's question. "How do you know they are cannibals?" Harry said, "Isn't that obvious? Look at their malicious eyes." Callie's smile looked surprisingly good, but Harry was not in the mood to appreciate it anymore. "You think too much. They are very friendly. However, their language is different from ours. It is very difficult to communicate with them." Callie comforted. Harry was not timid. Now the two of them were unarmed. They were surrounded by strangers. No matter how careful he was, it would not be unreasonable to act with every precaution. However, letting a girl comfort him made Harry feel a little embarrassed. He thought to himself that Callie's thoughts were still too simple. These people were easy to get along with now. It was not certain when they would get ready to eat Harry and Callie, but at least it seemed to be safe for now. Harry suppressed his nervous thoughts and first understood the sequence of events that happened during the period of coma. The two of them found a big rock and sat on it. The primitive men saw that Harry did not do anything unusual. After observing for a while, they seemed to have lost interest and went their separate ways. Callie slowly told Harry about what had happened during this period of time. It turned out that after the two of them fell off the cliff and fell into the river, they drifted along the river. And according to Callie's calculations, the distance between them and the river had far exceeded her expectations. The speed at which the river flowed was very fast. If it wasn't for the automatic airbags in their backpacks, the two of them would probably have drowned in the river. After all, at that time, not only Harry was unconscious, even Callie was poisoned and in a coma. After that, it was unknown how long it had been, or how far they had drifted. In a place where the water flow slowed down, the two of them were lucky enough to meet the hunting team of this tribe. They rescued the two of them and brought them back to the tribe. They even treated the two of them very kindly. Callie was unconscious because the snake venom was not cleaned, but it was not serious. In addition, this tribe was surprisingly very good at detoxifying snake venom, so she woke up a little earlier than Harry. When Harry fell off the cliff, his ribs were broken because of the impact. In this primitive tribe, there was no one capable of mending his broken bones. The broken bones could only slowly recover by applying herbal medicine on his body. As a result, the recovery was slow and he woke much later than Callie. After Callie woke up, she was also very nervous when she first saw these primitive people. However, after seeing them treating Harry with care, she understood that these people did not have any ill intentions. Because Harry was still unconscious, Callie did not have any thoughts of leaving. She stayed here for the time being and waited for Harry to recover. At the same time, she also tried to understand the situation, wanting to know where the two of them were right now. The best way to obtain information was, of course, to communicate with these primitive people who lived here. But Callie quickly discovered that she had no idea what language they spoke. The language used by these primitive people was not one of the known languages in the outside world. It seemed to be a very primitive language. However, this kind of question was not difficult for the genius Callie. After a few days of careful observation and active communication, although it was not smooth at the beginning, Callie slowly understood a part of it. Unfortunately, it could only be a general exchange. These primitive people were really very primitive. They had no connection with the outside world, and they didn't even know where they were. They had no way of contacting the outside world. They were entirely isolated from civilization. Apart from the tattered clothes that they had picked up from who knows where, they had no idea about the outside world. Everything had its pros and cons. Although Harry and Callie still did not understand their position, they did not have to worry about surviving in the wild. The people in this tribe were very friendly. Not only did they save the two of them, but they also had been very generous with their food. They let them eat to their heart's content. At this moment, Harry was holding a little burnt animal, but he did not know what kind of animal it was. He still couldn't escape the suspicion of cannibalism. They were probably just trying to fatten him up. It seemed like they had no idea how to cook, while they learned that fire made food taste better and more nutritious. They had not figured out that all of the meat needed to be cooked for it to be properly eaten. Harry wasn't being hypocritical about things. In fact, when he had a difficult life in the past, he had eaten even worse food than this. What he was worried about now was that his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. If he ate this kind of half-baked and half-cooked food, he could risk disease and also not be able to stomach the raw food. Up until now, even though he had already heard Callie's story about what happened to the two of them, Harry was still somewhat wary of the people of this primitive tribe. When they were outside, they could not trust anyone other than their own people. Even if the other party showed good intentions, they could not let down their guard. This was Harry's experience from the harsh living environment, but Callie was different. She was just a girl who stayed in the laboratory all day long. She had never experienced the real outdoors. Her mind was very simple. Thus, she had a very good impression of these tribes that had saved the two of them. Seeing Harry holding the roasted meat in his hands and having difficulty eating it, he looked around him, as if he hadn't given up on the idea of leaving yet. Callie advised, "Your injuries are not healed yet. You should rest and recuperate here. These people are really good. There is no need to worry about anything." Harry shook his head. "We cannot be completely unprepared. The situation between the two of us has not turned for the better. Let's not talk about these people first. The Hugh family has always been a hidden danger that we can't get rid of." Harry couldn't let go of his worries. Ever since he escaped from the cave, the people of the Hugh family had been chasing him relentlessly. It was hard to say whether the tribe they were staying in was safe. Once the people of the Hugh family caught up to them, the primitive people in this tribe could not stop the elite forces outside. Callie nodded and agreed. "What you said makes sense, but your current situation is not suitable for you to walk out. If we leave the protection of this tribe, it will be very difficult for us to survive outside." Harry sighed and said, "I don't know when June will be able to find us. She must be looking for us and will find us. I believe in her. But before that, you still need to eat something and recover your body before you can leave this place," Callie said and gestured for Harry to eat. Harry looked at the grilled meat in his hands. He could only helplessly put down his guard and eat what he could. While Harry was eating, he was also observing the people of the primitive tribe. This was a tribe that did not have a large population. There were roughly 70 to 80 people in the tribe. There were a lot of men who could hunt, followed by women and children. There were only a few elderly people in the tribe. However, they were all relatively healthy. Harry thought to himself, in this kind of desolate land, once one lost the advantage of being healthy and young, they would naturally be eliminated. However, although this place was very primitive, it didn't seem to be that serious. At the very least, these people knew how to be polite. They knew how to communicate with others, and they also had more primitive medical methods. Moreover, these people didn't look stupid. At the very least, they could use some things from the outside world. For example, the old clothes they were wearing, as well as the 2 bags that Harry and Callie brought. The goods inside were naturally in the hands of these primitive people. At this time, several people excitedly took some food from Harry's parcels and tasted it. They seemed to feel that it was very delicious and almost fought over it. Harry looked at it helplessly. Although it was his own resources, the tribe had saved the two of them after all. Therefore, he did not bother arguing with them about the issue of not being able to invade their personal property. Furthermore, a primitive tribe might still be in a harmonious society. There was no concept of private property at all. However, looking at the half-cooked meat in his hand and then looking at the canned meat that the primitive people were fighting over, Harry felt a little heartache. Usually these foods taste ordinary. If it wasn't for the convenience of carrying it, no one would use it as daily food. But now, Harry really missed the canned food. No matter how bad it was, the taste was still better than the roasted meat in his hand. Just as Harry was looking at the food being eaten, he saw a little girl holding a few pieces of chocolate that had not been unwrapped and walking over. She raised her head and stared at Harry with her big eyes. She was a little shy about recognizing strangers, but she still held up the chocolate in her hand and handed it to Harry. Harry was very surprised and asked, "For me?" The little girl nodded. Callie, who was beside him, said, "She has never seen chocolate before. She doesn't know it's something to eat, so she probably wants to give it back to you, right?" Harry thanked her, then took it and opened a piece. He looked at the little girl and handed the open chocolate over. "Try it. It's very sweet." Harry did not care if she understood him or not. He just wanted to thank this little girl. To be able to bring back precious chocolates in such a remote place was definitely something that could move Harry. Although this little girl did not know what chocolate was. The little girl saw Harry open the packaging 3 to 5 times, revealing the brown chocolate inside. Her eyes showed some confusion. When she saw that Harry indicated for her to eat a small piece of chocolate, the little girl was even more at a loss. It seemed that in her understanding, this square-looking thing was made from mud on the ground. Could mud be eaten? Obviously not. However, Harry seemed to be enjoying it very much, which the little girl could not understand. Chocolate was a remedy for those who had been injured. Though it lacks medicinal properties, the sweet taste can occupy the mind and distract from any pain. However, when the little girl saw the chocolate that Harry handed to her, she took a few steps back in disgust. She was not prepared to taste this very strange thing at all. She was more interested in the chocolate packaging that Harry threw on the ground. The color was very attractive to these people who lived in the primitive tribe and had never come into contact with anything like it before. The little girl picked it up. The more she looked at it, the happier she was. She turned around and ran to find her little friend to show off. Harry smiled and sighed. It really is a place isolated from the world. I wonder how these people survive. There were a total of 70 to 80 people in the tribe. If they had maintained this scale, it would not have lasted until now. Due to the lack of population, there would be reproduction between the close relatives. Slowly, generation after generation, it would be very easy for it to become a huge problem for the tribe. Callie had thought about this situation a long time ago. Seeing that Harry was puzzled, she said, "This is a tropical rainforest. Although it is very unfriendly to us newcomers, it is a good place for local people like them. There is no lack of food at all." Harry nodded and looked at the piles of meat and fruits on the altar. He felt that it was a very happy thing for these people to live in isolation. Callie continued, "But I also realized that according to the population of this tribe, it will not last for long. There must be more than one tribe out here. If they wanted to maintain normal reproduction, small tribes had to intermarry. Otherwise, the probability of the reproduction of close relatives would become abnormal." After finding out that there should be other tribes around, Harry once again considered a problem that was related to them. Now, Harry already knew that he and Callie had entered the wilderness of the mountain. As for what kind of place the mountain was, Harry did not know before, but Callie did. After telling Harry a little, Harry knew that the two of them were in big trouble. In a mysterious place, no one who entered had ever come out alive. This indicated that there must be something on this mountain that was particularly deadly. As for what kind of danger it was still unknown. Perhaps the tribes that lived here rejected outsiders, killing them at the first chance. Or perhaps there were many dangerous species that lived here, which was a fatal threat to humans. But thinking about it carefully, it was very strange. If it was said that the primitive people who lived here rejected outsiders, this tribe was very friendly to Harry and Callie, and if there were dangerous creatures in the wilderness mountain, it could not explain why this tribe could survive here. Harry thought for a long time and felt that it should still be the primitive people that came from here. No matter how dangerous the creatures were, the people who came in from the outside wouldn't be unable to escape. But if there were more primitive tribes living here than this one, then it would be very easy to explain. Perhaps some tribes were friendly to outsiders, while others were more hostile to outsiders. That was why those who entered the wildlife mountain would disappear just like that. However, Harry thought for a moment and felt puzzled again. Since the people of this tribe were friendly to him, he should be able to leave if he wanted to. Since he could leave, then why couldn't the others in the past? Could it be that they were rather unlucky? After entering, they encountered some tribes that rejected outsiders? Or rather, there were indeed very dangerous creatures in this region, and these primitive people who lived here had a way to deal with them, so they were safe and sound? No matter how Harry thought about it, he could not figure it out, so he told Callie about the doubts in his heart. Callie thought for a while, and in the end she shook her head, indicating that the current information she had was still too little, and was not enough to analyze the truth of this place. Even Callie, this genius, could not understand, so Harry gave up the idea of wasting his brain cells. Although he really wanted to leave this strange place right now, June and the others probably wouldn't be able to find him. However, Harry felt that what Callie said was right. Now that he was injured and Callie was still unaware of the surroundings, and even if he wanted to walk out of this primitive forest, it was simply impossible. Besides, there might be people from the Hugh family outside. They had been waiting for Harry to come out and throw himself into their trap. The best way to do so now was to stay here and rest. Once his body had recovered, he would slowly find a way to leave safely. The best situation was that June and the rest found them first. There was no need for Harry and Callie to cross mountains and rivers and use their legs to walk out of this foreboding land. If it was said that after Harry recovered from his injuries, June and the rest had not come over yet, Harry did not intend to continue waiting passively here. Harry also knew that his current situation was not very good. Although the power that he had created from scratch seemed very powerful, it was actually all because of Harry. Once they lost Harry, in charge of the overall situation, everyone under his name would fall into a state of confusion. Adding the fact that there was still a group of people from the Hugh family who were eyeing Harry's wealth, Harry couldn't just sit there and wait. He had to think of a way to leave this place safely. As for now, he could only heal his wounds first. In the next few days, the primitive tribe that took Harry in did not change because of the addition of two strangers. They still maintained the state they used to live in. During the day, men went out to hunt or collect food. The women and children used smoked and roasted food in the tribe to make food that they could not finish, trying to extend the time they had to preserve food. In addition to making food, they would also collect various types of vines, use rocks to dig out the fibers inside, then rub them into ropes, or weave some tools and the like. At night, if the people who returned from hunting had any harvest, they would gather the entire tribe and present a day's harvest at the altar. A group of people would sing and dance around the fires on the altar. When they were done enjoying themselves, they would start to enjoy the food. If there was no harvest, these people were not discouraged. They took out the food they had stored before and offered it as a sacrifice before eating it. Through Harry's observations over the past few days, he found that the people who went out to hunt in this tribe rarely returned empty-handed. Most of the time, they would be able to obtain a lot of prey, or harvest more fruits and other things. This should be due to the fact that this place was a tropical rainforest. Although the climate was relatively hot, wild animals and plants grew plentifully. After observing for a few days, Harry was very envious of the lifestyle of these primitive people. Living a carefree life like this, he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by outsiders. If Harry had to choose, he was also willing to choose this lifestyle. But there were pros and cons. Harry also saw the bad side of this place. In a hunting team, one of them was bitten by some kind of wild beast. The wound was on his abdomen and tore off a large chunk of flesh. Even his internal organs were exposed. Although this tribe had some healing methods, they were clearly powerless against such serious injuries. Harry and Callie, on the other hand, knew a little about emergency treatment, but they were not professionals. In addition, there was no advanced medical system and equipment here, so there was no need to even think about specialized medicine. Thus, everyone could only watch helplessly as this injured person died. This made Harry somewhat sentimental. Even if this place looked like a pure land, if they wanted to survive, they had to fight to the death. The people of the tribe felt extremely sad about the loss of an important member. However, no one shed tears. He died unexpectedly because he went out to hunt. This kind of thing must have been common among them. The death of a robust male was a great loss for this primitive tribe that only had 70 to 80 people. In this primitive society that relied on the physical strength of a few people to survive, losing one person was equivalent to losing a portion of the tribe's resources. Thus, after this person closed his eyes, the people in the tribe carried out a grand funeral for him. They first paid tribute to him on the altar, then tied a raft and placed him on it, and then covered him with a thick layer of hay. When the raft was pushed into the river, they lit the hay on it. The raft and the man who died on it drifted away along the river under the raging fire. Harry looked at all of this and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Very well, these people really did not have the tradition of eating people. Thinking about it, it made sense. There was basically no lack of food here, so why would they resort to eating people? Harry finally dispelled the doubt in his heart. He felt that Callie was right. The people in this tribe were indeed very friendly. He should not be too cautious about these things. After all, they were his saviors. It would be rude to always be on guard against others. Looking at these people living such a primitive life, Harry was considering whether he should bring some daily necessities back with him after he went out. At least he could help them improve their lives. Callie had been learning these people's language for the past few days and wanted to communicate more. Harry did not have much talent in the field of language. He was even more confused about the primitive language. However, when he saw that Callie was very interested in trying to communicate with these people, he did not give up on her interest. If the two of them could really communicate without any obstacles, it would be a good thing for Harry. At least he would be able to understand the situation within the territory of the tribe. When he was about to leave, he wouldn't be blinded. Noon is the most unbearable time in the rainforest. Under the hot and humid environment, even breathing was uncomfortable. Harry did not want to go out and wander around, so he laid down in the small treehouse provided by the tribe to cool down and recuperate. He quietly waited for the sun to set and the temperature to drop before going out. This kind of treehouse woven from vines was hanging on a tree that was a few meters above the ground. It wouldn't be affected by the steam rising from the ground. There were also dense leaves covering it, making the environment inside the cabin much better than outside. It was just like using a natural air conditioner, making one feel very comfortable. Harry laid inside and prepared to sleep for the afternoon. Not long after he closed his eyes, he heard sounds of rustling outside. After a while, the door made of leaves opened. A small head with an ornate dragonfly on top of its head reached in and looked at Harry with a silly smile. This was the little girl who gave Harry chocolate previously. Later on, Harry found out that the man who went out to hunt and died was this little girl's father. With sympathy, Harry began to care about this child. Her father went out hunting and part of the food he obtained was given to Harry. Harry felt somewhat guilty for her father's death. In the past 2 days, she had been depressed because of her father's death, so Harry made some wooden toys for her. The little girl, who had never seen such a novel toy, also gradually became happy, and the strange relationship between her and Harry became more familial, like he was caring for a younger sister. She couldn't find Harry outside, so she went into the small treehouse to play with him. She took out the toy Harry made for him as if she was presenting a treasure and pulled him to play with it. Harry smiled, took out the spinning top inside, and placed it on the smooth wooden tray. The two of them happily started to play with each other. "Uh-oh, you lost." Harry saw that his spinning top had knocked down her, so he smiled and flicked her little head. The little girl held her head with both of her hands and stared at Harry angrily, as if she was not convinced. After a few days of contact, Harry also understood what this child's name was. Everyone in the tribe called her Muse. Because a single word of address did not seem very intimate, Harry called her Little Muse according to the rules on his side. And Little Muse was obviously very smart. Through communicating with Harry, she slowly learned some of the language on Harry's side. Although the two of them could not communicate without any obstacles, they could still use some simple words on a daily basis. For example, eat or walk or go up and down, and so on and so forth. After getting to know each other for a few days, Harry slowly started to like this little girl. It was not like men and women liked each other. After all, this child was only 7 or 8 years old, and Harry was not interested in children. He simply felt that this child was quite cute and was also very lively and sensible. "Little Muse, Big Brother shouldn't be able to stay here for long. If you leave, will you be willing to follow me?" Harry asked. He felt that Little Muse had lost her father at such a young age, and she had never seen her mother before. Instead of letting her live in this primitive tribe, it was better to go back with him. However, it was obvious that Little Muse did not understand what Harry was saying. She tilted her head and looked confused. Harry repeated what he said with his hand. "Follow me. Let's go out. Let's leave this place." Little Muse was confused for a while and finally understood what Harry meant. It was as if she had been frightened or scared of something. She waved his little hand with all her might. It's dangerous outside, it's scary. Harry was stunned. Dangerous outside? What danger was there outside? Considering that little Muse had never left the tribe, it was understandable that she had a strange fear of the outside world. He comforted her. With me around, there won't be any danger. I will take good care of you. However, little Muse still shook her head and waved her hand. Dangerous, terrifying. Harry tried to explain it a few more times. Seeing that little Muse did not understand, it could only be an act. At this time, the leaves at the door moved again and Callie came in. She frowned and said, Harry, I found something unusual. Harry also sat up and asked when he saw her serious look. What's wrong? This place. Callie had not been focusing on learning their language from the primitive people. She was also studying the environment and landscape here. After a period of continuous observation, Callie found that the tribe they were in was located in a topography that was surrounded by mountains. The climate in the valley was still considered good, but the mountain range in the distance was always filled with thick fog. What was more worrying was that the compass was basically useless here. The specific reason was not clear. It was very likely that there was an abnormal natural magnetic field here. There was probably a highly concentrated vein of some metal that is creating such a strong magnetic force. Under such circumstances, it was basically impossible for the two of them to leave this place. Judging from the fact that little Muse's father had been killed by a wild beast, it was simple to assume that anywhere outside the tribe was dangerous. In addition to the dense rainforest and thick fog, there was also the abnormal magnetic field. As long as Harry and Callie walked out, they would definitely lose their way in this strange environment. It would be a miracle if they could walk out of this place. After hearing Callie's words, Harry was also stunned. Although he was still satisfied with life in this tribe, he really did not want to stay here for the rest of his life. He had to leave sooner or later. However, he and Callie alone could not do it at all. There was only one consequence if he lost his way in the rainforest. That was death. Can't we go back along the river we drifted over? Harry asked. Callie shook her head. I thought about it too, but it won't work. Why? Harry asked. Callie explained. When you were unconscious earlier, I followed the hunting squad out a few times and found the river that we drifted over. But when I arrived, I discovered that this river was divided into countless rivers along the way. I don't even know which river to follow. Harry was speechless. Since they were trapped here, the only thing they could rely on was the people outside to come and rescue them. But this idea wasn't an easy one either. Not to mention that June couldn't pinpoint Harry's exact location. Even if she brought people in to pull the net and search, this rainforest was so vast that it was like a maze. It was not something that could be found just by looking. Harry looked at Callie and fell into deep thought. If he really couldn't leave this place, would he really be able to live here in the future? With Callie accompanying him, living here for the rest of his life wasn't the worst outcome. The weather in this place was hot. Callie also imitated these primitive people on her body. She had covered less of her body to reduce the heat that would be trapped by her clothes. Most of her exposed skin was covered in fine mud which repelled insects. In the past, Harry did not expect that this top student who spent all day in the laboratory would actually be a beautiful woman. Being able to be with such a beautiful woman was a blessing even in this primitive tribe. But Harry immediately shook his head and threw away this unrealistic idea. If he stayed here, what would June do? What would she do with so many subordinates? Moreover, Callie might not be willing to stay here. If he thought this way, Harry felt that he was too selfish and did not consider the feelings of others. When I have recovered, we should be on our way out of here, Harry gritted his teeth and said. He had to get back to his life. But in this kind of environment, if he wanted to go out, he had to take the risk of losing his life. Harry asked Callie, what do you think? Do you want to stay here and wait for June's help, or do you want to go out and fight? Callie said, the chances of finding help are very small, so I will go wherever you go. Harry nodded and decided that he would have to prepare from today onwards. If one wanted to travel through the primitive rainforest, the most important thing was food and water. Because he didn't know how long he would have to walk for, he had to prepare enough food. In addition to the hot and humid environment, it was very easy to cause food to deteriorate and couldn't be stored for a long period of time. Therefore, choosing what kind of food to bring along was also a problem. There was drinking water to consider as well. It seemed like there was no lack of water in the rainforest. Most of the water was fresh, though it would need to be boiled to be drinkable. In humid environments, it was the easiest to produce bacteria and viruses. Another problem was the amount they could carry on their back. Too much would be a burden, and too little would be just as dangerous. It would be extremely difficult to leave the rainforest. Harry thought about it for a while and said, "If it really doesn't work out, we will make plans for the long term. We will stay in this tribe and live with the locals. When we have time, we will explore the outside bit by bit. There has to be a way out." Callie nodded. "That's good too. It is just a little time consuming. But this is the safest way," Harry said. These people were very friendly and were willing to accept him and Callie. Harry decided to use this tribe as the base. When he had time, he would go out and explore the way bit by bit. He walked to the furthest distance he could reach and made a mark along the way before retreating. The next time he walked further away, he would still make a mark. He would also bury some resources to sustain his livelihood in a place that was easy to find. He would use this method to slowly find a safe way out. Even though it would take longer, it would be the safest method by far. In addition, he could build a good relationship with these locals in the future. If he asked them to help him, he would have a greater chance of success. While Harry and Callie were discussing how to leave, June had already used all of her manpower and resources to carry out an investigation on the Savage Mountain region. "June, we have already borrowed a satellite. We have 2 hours a day to observe the Savage Mountain region," George reported. They were in a small town at the edge of Savage Mountain. George had also rushed over from the Hugh family under June's orders. Through connections, he contacted a commercial space company and bought temporary access to an optical observation satellite. 2 hours. Such a large area in this wildlife mountain, we can't observe much. The efficiency is too slow, June said unhappily. This is the only temporary authority we can buy. George felt troubled. There were many satellites and commercial space companies, but this kind of expensive cutting-edge technology had a very high threshold. Harry did not have connections in this area. It was only after Randy and Harvey found out that Harry was missing that they used their connections to get in touch and gave up 2 hours of usage rights. "Has no reconnaissance aircraft been sent out?" June asked again. "There are 30 of them in total. They have all been sent out. We should be receiving images soon," George replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the drones that had been sent out to investigate arrived in the sky above the destination. However, although the images transmitted back were very clear, June and George still frowned. Most of the drones captured the scene on the ground, and it was covered in a thick fog. Even the areas without fog were blocked by the tall and dense canopy, making it impossible to observe what was happening below. The temperature in the tropical rainforest was very high, so it was useless to rely on thermal radiation to peer through the fog. What was even stranger was that when all the drones started flying toward the heart of the Savage Mountain, all the signals were suddenly cut off. "This is the situation. All the electronic equipment will suddenly malfunction as soon as they get close to the center of the mountain. I'm afraid those drones won't be able to come back." George sighed. June frowned even more. After she found out that Harry had entered the Savage Mountain, she had already ordered people to descend into the mountain. However, after fully understanding what kind of place Savage Mountain was, as well as some of the previous missing incidents, June became more cautious. It was true that she was in a hurry to save Harry, but it was irrational for her to barge in with people in a daze. She had to be fully prepared in order to save Harry as quickly as possible. However, what happened in front of her made June very helpless. All the technological investigation methods were useless. If it was like those drones, which would crash the moment they got close, then June's rescue would be meaningless. There were too many electronic devices on the plane. The mountain was like an electronic black hole. It would malfunction as long as they flew too close to it. For a moment, June felt that it was very troublesome. George suggested, "Why don't we find an old-fashioned propeller plane and use that? An old-fashioned plane doesn't have any electronic equipment. It won't malfunction, right?" June thought about it, but it was still not safe enough. Most importantly, it was easy to enter, but it was hard to tell where to start looking for Harry. "Is there any movement from the Hugh family?" June asked. After personally bringing people to this small town near the mountain, June found that the people of the Hugh family had already sent people to guard the border of the mountain. As for the location of the cave where Harry had disappeared, June had also sent people to secretly monitor the people of the Hugh family. George heard the inquiry and reported, "There is no news. There is a large number of people from the Hugh family guarding the cave. According to the insider who bribed them, Xander has already sent a team of 300 people into the mountain to search for Harry." June stood up immediately and said, "No, we can't wait any longer. We have to act as soon as possible and find him before the Hugh family does, George said with difficulty. But we don't have any means of transportation that allows us to enter quickly. Do we have to rely on our legs to find him? Wouldn't that be even more inefficient? June said, No, I thought of a suitable vehicle. What? An airship. George was stunned for a while before he realized what an airship was. This kind of flying device used helium or hydrogen to float and smaller engines that would propel it forward. Except for a few commercial uses, it was an outdated product that was outdated and not used anymore. And June actually wanted to use an airship to bring people into Savage Mountain. Wasn't this a joke? You are not joking, are you? Is an airship reliable? George questioned. June explained to him, Although the airship is outdated, it is definitely useful here. First of all, it does not need electronic devices to work. Secondly, it can cruise for a long time. It is beneficial to our search in Savage Mountain. To find a person in the vast rainforest of Savage Mountain, it was completely unadvisable to rely on walking. The rainforest was lush with vegetation, and there was no way to drive through it. Therefore, other than walking in, they could only search from the sky. The first problem they encountered was that the electronic equipment was ineffective and the fuel was limited. They were unable to stay in a region for a long period of time to conduct a detailed search. Hence, June thought about it and found that the most suitable vehicle was the airship. Although the flying speed was slow, the biggest advantage was that it could float in the air without needing to consume fuel. But George still questioned. There have been people exploring the wildlife mountain for a long time. Has anyone thought of using an airship before? June said in an unquestionable manner, Airships are the best tools. Even if there is danger, it doesn't matter. As long as I can find Harry, I am willing to bear the risk. In the past, the explorers who entered the wildlife mountain did not choose to use an airship as a vehicle. There were some who used hot air balloons, but similarly, they never made it out alive and no one knew what happened inside. In modern times, technology has developed. New explorers felt that with the help of high-tech tools, they could understand the secrets of the wildlife mountain. Relying on advanced electronic devices such as navigation and positioning was convenient for explorers. But it also made these people rely too much on the convenience provided by the equipment. Once all the equipment malfunctioned, people would lose their way. It would be even worse than the explorers who had not developed enough technology in the past. After deciding on the vehicle to enter Wildlife Mountain, June immediately ordered people to arrange to find a suitable airship. As there were fewer airships, the number of companies that could produce one could be counted on one hand. June and the others made an offer to the company to have 10 airships made and fitted with supplies, because the number of people on the airships was limited, and they also needed to load daily necessities. Each airship was manned with 10 wolf guards and 1 bionic human. After filling up all the supplies, an airship could go out and search for a month without stopping. They did not need to come back to replenish their supplies. June, on the other hand, brought Lara and the other 9 bionic humans and drove an airship alone to search for Harry. When they set off from the town, the huge body of the airship immediately attracted the attention of the Hugh family. They quickly reported the discovery to Xander. When the old man heard that it was Harry's subordinates, he started to act. He was also anxious. The men he had sent out still hadn't found anything. To be precise, the 300 men sent by the Hugh family had been wandering around the outer region of the mountain. They hadn't even gone deep into the heart of the mountain. Moreover, these people were all moving forward on foot. According to the terrain of the primitive rainforest, a mile a day was probably the best possible speed. Hearing that Harry's subordinates had chosen to use the airship as a tool to enter the wildlife mountain, Xander also wanted to use it. Unfortunately, all the nearby airships were bought by June, and not a single one was left. If Xander chose to buy in places further away, it would be a waste of time for them to fly that far. It was even more unrealistic to go to the closest manufacturer and wait for another airship to be produced. Xander had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue sending more people to search for Harry's whereabouts. He couldn't let Harry's men get ahead of him. The grudge between the Hugh family and Harry this time was already a death grudge. The two families were enemies that would never rest until one of them died. There was only one outcome for them in the future. Either the Hugh family was destroyed, or Harry would fall. Furthermore, his son Fallon had been under the control of Harry and his subordinates. Xander had to capture Harry first. The river where Harry had gone missing was within Xander's sphere of influence. If they followed the river, they would have a high chance of finding Harry. Therefore, the main focus of the men sent by Xander was to search along the river. June had gotten the information from the Crocodile Society on where Harry was last seen. However, that location was currently under the control of the Hugh family. Before finding Harry, June didn't intend to have any conflict with the Hugh family for the time being. Once there was a conflict with the Hugh family and it went out of control, it would inevitably cause a huge loss of their resources. This was harmful to the search for Harry. Therefore, June endured the urge to destroy the Hugh family. She had to follow the plan and find Harry first. The Hugh family has the advantage of the terrain. They are one step faster than us, but in fact it isn't that easy for them. The river where Harry went missing is separated into hundreds of large branches after entering the Savage Mountain. There are also countless smaller branches. Any one of them could be where Harry floated down. Inside the airship, before entering the interference zone of the electronic equipment, June had a video call with all the subordinates who were searching for Harry and started to assign tasks. So, we have the advantage in the air. We must make full use of it. According to the number of our 10 airships, each of us will be responsible for the search along the way of the 10 large tributary streams. According to the division of areas, we must carefully search for signs that Harry is still alive. Yes, I guarantee that we will not miss any traces, her subordinates promised in unison. June, don't be in a hurry to hang up the call. I have another question, George said. What's the question? When I was looking for Harry, what should I do if I met someone from the Hugh family? June frowned and said, Do you need me to say it? You will kill without mercy. Just because June was holding back from having a conflict with the Hugh family did not mean that she had a good temper. After meeting the subordinates of the Hugh family in the Savage Mountain, she would never be polite. Anyway, these people were here to capture Harry. She would not be so polite to her enemies. George rubbed his hands and smiled. With your words, I'm relieved. I have been aggrieved for so many days. Finally, I can let go of my hands and go for a big fight. In the video, the Wolf Guard members on the other airships also laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, George is right. I have long disliked those creeps from the Hugh family, said an officer with glasses. June heard the discussion of these people and quickly stopped them. Don't act recklessly. It is one thing to fight when you encounter one of them by accident. Directly looking for them to fight is another matter. The most important thing right now is to look for Mr. Parker. 10 airships carrying June and 100 elite warriors of the Wolf Guard spread out and entered the central area of the mountain. Xander's 300 men that were searching along the river had not found anything and were making very little progress. He could only grit his teeth and send another 300 people. This time, he learned his lesson and did not let his subordinates choose to enter on foot. Instead, they transported over a dozen small speedboats into the Savage Mountain along the river. Using a speedboat was a more efficient use of resources than moving on foot. They could also carry a large amount of supplies. It could support the Hugh family's subordinates and replenish their resources while they continue to search for Harry. However, it was still a little inconvenient to drive in a boat on the river. Not to mention the many branches of the river in the tropical rainforest. The river water was also often filled with all kinds of withered branches, and there were even dense aquatic plants that were like fishing nets. From time to time, they would entangle the propellers under the boat, making it impossible for the boat to move forward. The subordinates of the Hugh family could only bitterly dive into the dirty water and clean it up bit by bit with their bare hands. This process slowed them down considerably. In addition, the water of the tropical rainforest was filled with all kinds of bacteria and parasites. This was a risk that Xander was willing to throw any amount of men at until he got Harry back under his control. Casualties were inevitable, with many of his men getting sick. The diving personnel were either infected by bacteria or parasites, and then their health would deteriorate significantly. The medicine carried on the speedboat was limited, and the treatment conditions were even worse. They had no time to turn back and get them to a hospital. They would treat them on the boat as best they could. The chances of their survival were very low. Only the lucky would recover. If one's luck was not good, one would just die. Then the next thing to do would be to find a spot to bury them. June and the rest were riding on the airship in the sky, and it was not smooth sailing. After entering the electronic device interference zone, June and the rest lost contact with the other airships. However, this was not the worst thing. The weather around the mountain changed rapidly. The airship that entered could not tell which direction it was heading in. There was also an abnormal magnetic field, and the compass had been spinning wildly. Several airships could only wander around in the fog. It was not easy to wait until the fog dispersed, and they had to endure the scorching sun again. Although there were not many advanced instruments on the cruisers, they still had engines. The fog also caused the propellers to malfunction, as the added moisture reduced the effectiveness of the pistons from firing. Whether it was June or the Hugh family, they all had a new understanding of the environment inside Savage Mountain. This was a dangerous place for humans. No wonder so many explorers had died here in the past. Now that she had seen it firsthand, equipped with plenty of resources, it was still incredibly difficult to navigate this mountain. It was hard to imagine what kind of encounters and difficulties Harry and Callie would face when they fled here. June felt very uneasy in her heart. She was afraid that the worst-case scenario would occur. If Harry really encountered danger here, then June would lose all meaning of living. Standing in the cabin of the airship and looking at the endless primitive rainforest below her, June made a decision in her heart. If Harry really met with danger, then she would not hesitate to destroy the Hugh family first and wipe out all members of the Hugh family. After that, she would sacrifice her life for Harry. Lower the airship and prepare to disembark and search. After the thick fog dispersed, June ordered Lara, who was controlling the airship. Harry had no idea about what was happening in the outside world. Of course, he knew that June must be trying to find his whereabouts. Harry also wanted June to find him as soon as possible. But the problem was that this place was not a place that ordinary people could enter and leave as they pleased. Harry also thought that June would likely choose to search from the sky, so he originally wanted to make some markings on the big trees above the tribe. Unfortunately, such a simple thing was also very difficult for Harry in his current situation. The best way to make a mark was to use some eye-catching flags to hang on the top of the tree, but Harry currently had nothing other than his underpants. The primitive people had consciously divided up the resources that they had brought earlier. There was not even a bit of residue left, so Harry was too embarrassed to ask for it back from others. After all, they provided Harry with good food and drink, and even gave him a place to stay. In this harsh rainforest, they could live in peace. It was all thanks to these primitive people's selfless contribution. Therefore, Harry temporarily gave up on the idea of making a mark. He was also worried that once the mark was done, the first person to discover it would not be June. The last thing he wanted was for the Hugh family to find him. Harry could only rest and recover from his injuries. Fortunately, he had always been one to recover quickly from his injuries, and the ointment helped out a lot. In the past 2 days, other than feeling a little uncomfortable, he had recovered quickly. At night, Harry discussed with Callie and prepared to go out and explore the road the next morning. After the two of them had decided on the direction and planned to explore the road, they prepared to rest. During this period of time, Harry and Callie had been living in the same treehouse. Those primitive people were already very kind to be able to provide Harry and Callie with a treehouse. Building a treehouse in the tribe was not an easy task, so Harry did not expect to occupy two of them. When sleeping at night, it was inevitable that they would be close together. Harry was a big man and took up a lot of room. Though Callie was small, they were still cramped. Callie was tentative of Harry's wounds and constantly doted on him and scolded him whenever he pushed himself too far. Under the current circumstances, the most important thing for the two of them was to conserve energy and maintain the best stamina. Harry couldn't help feeling sorry for Callie. She had been dragged into this horrible mess because of his carelessness. The tribe's people were active most of the day and slept through the night. They did not have any entertainment activities. They hunted during the day, came back for dinner at night, and went back to the house early to rest after dinner. They did the necessary amount of work they needed to survive and would rest to conserve their energy. The tribe was set up so that any noise from outside could be heard easily and have someone respond to the noise. The night was always dangerous as the more dangerous predators would come out to hunt. Sleeping was already difficult for Harry with his broken ribs. The added noises and disturbances would wake him up repeatedly. Callie was less inclined to wake up to these noises, either because she was a heavy sleeper or was confident Harry would protect her. Harry grew close to Callie in their time isolated from the world. He thought about them living out here for a long time and would toy with the idea. Harry was respectful of Callie and didn't let on that he was considering their future together and what that would entail. He thought it best to push these thoughts aside until it was apparent they would not be found. The next morning, Harry, with dark circles under his eyes, was woken up by the chaotic noise outside. He turned his head and looked to the side. Callie was still there. It was obvious that she had just been woken up and did not know what was happening outside. This primitive tribe usually had a regular schedule. There were no gatherings in the morning, so it was usually very quiet. Harry was puzzled by the noise today. The commotion outside was very noisy, and it was hard to tell what was being said. Harry put on his clothes and got up, ready to go out and take a look. Who would have thought that just as he got up, little Muse came in with a frightened look on his face. Little Muse, what's going on? What happened outside that made you so scared? Harry asked curiously. Bad guy. Bad guy is here. Little Muse had already learned some simple words. At this moment, she was so scared that she trembled and hugged Harry, refusing to let go. What bad guy? Harry was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that June had found him? Or could it be that the situation was even worse, that someone from the Hugh family had found him? Harry immediately became alert. If it was June, it would be fine and he would be saved. But if it was someone from the Hugh family, he would have to make the worst decision. The resources and food were distributed evenly throughout the tribe. Hence, Harry and Callie only saved a little. If the Hugh family caught up to them now, it would not be optimistic to escape into the rainforest again with these resources. Worried about these things, Harry turned around and gave little Muse to Callie to carry. Then he sat in front of the door and opened a gap to observe the situation outside. Looking out made Harry even more puzzled. There were indeed some outsiders in the tribe, but they were not Harry's subordinates or people from the Hugh family. Judging from their attire, they looked like another group of primitive people. However, the leader of these people was dressed like a civilized person from the outside. The clothes were old and worn. He also had a feather headdress of a primitive that indicated his identity. He was a small tribe leader or something like that. After staying here for a while, Harry more or less understood the social situation of these locals. In a tribe, the tribe leader was the most respected person. He led the entire tribe and took care of the day-to-day decisions. Below the tribe leader, the most respected person was the leader of the hunting team. This was the position that only the strongest warriors of a tribe had the qualifications to be in. The most powerful warriors are also directly in charge of armed men in a tribe. Little Muse's father unfortunately had passed away. In the past, he was the leader of the hunting squad, but unfortunately he died in a battle with a wild beast. As for the leader of the hunting squad, generally speaking, he had 2 feathers on his head, while the tribe leader had 3. The people here used this method to distinguish their identities. Now that another group of primitive people had entered the tribe, the leader was the one with 2 feathers on his head. Therefore, Harry guessed that this fellow should belong to the leader of another tribe's hunting team. However, he did not know why these people suddenly came. After living here for such a long time, Harry almost thought that it was because of them. There was only one tribe on the mountain. Now that he saw the people from another tribe, Harry wasn't happy. Instead, he became very nervous. Under Harry's observation, these people weren't very friendly. To the people of the tribe that he lived in, it was easy to scold them, but the people of this tribe seemed to be used to it. All of them were kneeling on the ground like quails, willing to be beaten and scolded, not daring to resist at all. When he recalled little Muse's panicked appearance just now, saying that these were bad people, Harry couldn't look down on them even more. Seeing these people starting to search the tree houses one by one, Harry didn't want to stay in the treehouse and let these people come knocking on his door. He said to Callie, "Quickly pack up and bring all the supplies and wood. Let's go out and hide." While these people were still far away, Harry decided that it was better not to get in touch with these people. Who knew what they were here for? Callie also knew that the situation could not be delayed, so she nodded and replied, "Okay." She and little Muse quickly packed up their things. Little Muse, this child, became an orphan after her father passed away. Because Harry had always been very good to her, she unknowingly began to rely on Harry. Some of the bad people that she was afraid of had barged into the tribe. The first thing that little Muse did was not hide behind the people of the same tribe. She was the first one to look for Harry, just like a frightened child. She instinctively looked for someone she thought of as her parent. Callie and little Muse packed their things. Harry kept observing the outside. Seeing that these people were getting closer and closer, he said anxiously, "Pack as much as you can. Don't take anything else. Let's hurry up and leave." "Are they here?" Callie asked. "If they turn around 2 trees, they will see us. We need to take this opportunity to leave quickly," Harry urged. Callie did not dawdle. She brought little Muse with her and left through the door behind the treehouse. When Harry saw that the strangers were searching for other treehouses and had no intention of coming over, for the time being, he also quickly retreated from the back. Harry had no intention of fighting these people head on. First of all, he did not know the purpose of these people's visit. Secondly, there were more than 30 of them, 10 more than the current hunting squad in the tribe. Furthermore, each of them had a strong physique, and it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Harry was currently unarmed, and fighting against more than 30 primitive men with his bare hands was simply courting death. Furthermore, Harry did not expect that once a conflict occurred, the people in this tribe would help him. Looking at these people lying on the ground trembling in fear, Harry understood that they were absolutely scared to the extreme. Successfully hiding in the dense forest outside the tribe, Harry and Callie carefully checked the situation over there through the gaps between the trees. Both of them were very curious about the identity of the other group of primitive people that appeared out of nowhere. They wanted to ask Little Muse. Unfortunately, this child had a limited vocabulary to begin with. Furthermore, it was clear that she was scared. She would only repeat the words bad guy and nothing else. After a moment, Harry helplessly gave up on the idea of asking her. Instead, he was secretly observing what these strangers were doing here. Because he was a little far away, his field of vision was limited. Harry could only see the person with 2 feathers on his head. He grabbed the leader's neck and lifted him up. His tone was very fierce as he said something. The leader trembled and made a hand gesture. Then the other people in the tribe lifted up 2 baskets of food. It seemed to be a tribute or something. 2 baskets of food did not seem to be much, but it was all the food stored in the tribe. However, the leader was obviously not satisfied. He went up and kicked the food over. He threatened the tribe leader a few more times, and the tribe leader seemed to be very helpless as he pointed at the treehouse where Harry lived. Harry's heart tightened when he saw this. He thought to himself, as expected, they came with ill intentions. Could it be that they are here for me and Callie? But how did these people know that he was here? Harry had a lot of questions in his heart. Unfortunately, no one could answer him now. When the leader saw that the other leader had answered him, he chuckled and ordered his subordinates to surround Harry's treehouse. Harry gritted his teeth as he watched from afar. This leader is really dishonest. He actually betrayed me. Callie shook her head and said, "No, it's not what you think. These people came here to steal women. Just now he wanted the tribe to take the initiative to send the most beautiful woman, but he was not satisfied with the one they had. He was even more disdainful of the tribe leader as food for compensation. Only then did he threaten to ask the tribe leader if there were any hidden women." Callie observed more places than Harry, so she could roughly understand the situation. Moreover, after living here for a period of time, Callie had already grasped some of the language of these people. "Robbing women?" Harry said in surprise. He had never thought that he would encounter such a primitive and barbaric person. In primitive tribes, strong men were a precious resource. Beautiful women were also highly sought after. Furthermore, judging from the actions of these people, it was obvious that they came from an even stronger tribe. That was why the people of Harry's tribe didn't dare to resist. After roughly understanding the situation, Harry didn't dare to lower his guard. If that's the case, we still have to hide further away. We must not be discovered by these people. Callie also knew that she was in trouble now. She nodded and prepared to bring Little Muse deeper into the forest. However, when the people surrounding Harry's treehouse realized that there was no one inside, they immediately started shouting. The leader even kicked the tribe leader to the ground, then loudly shouted a few times. He then led his subordinates to search the forest outside the tribe. Harry was not far away from them. When he saw these people looking for him, he quickly picked up Little Muse and ran away with Callie. However, what Harry didn't expect was that these people were too vigilant. Callie accidentally stepped on a dry branch on the ground while running, and the hunters heard the sharp sound. Their leader shouted loudly, pointed in the direction where Harry and the others escaped, and brought people to chase after them. Harry immediately thought of his bad luck and pulled Callie to run with all his might. But Harry was not someone who lived in this rainforest every day. Compared to the primitive people here, his running speed was not on the same level. Harry had to find a way to avoid the thorny shrubs and the like along the way. As for the people chasing behind him, they didn't care at all and directly rushed over with their bare legs. Seeing that he couldn't run anymore, Harry stopped and turned around, handing Little Muse to Callie. "You two run quickly. I will stop them," Harry said. Callie said anxiously, "No, if you want to leave, we will leave together. I cannot leave you behind." Harry said angrily, "Their target is you, not me. Why are you so stupid? Hurry up and leave." As he spoke, he gave Callie a hard push. Callie took a deep look at Harry and her eyes instantly turned red. She took little mews and ran away. As for Harry, he didn't know what to do with the primitive men of the tribe that were chasing after him. He had received June's training before. He could not be said to be very good at fighting, but he could deal with a few ordinary people without any problem. But now, he was not facing an ordinary person. Instead, he was facing 30 primitive people who had fought with nature in the harsh environment of the tropical rainforest. These people were all fierce men who dared to fight with wild beasts barehanded. In the outside world, their strength was not inferior to Harry's most elite members of the Wolf Guard. However, Harry did not ask him to defeat many of them. As long as he could stall them, it would be enough to give Callie enough time to escape. Seeing that there was a fist-sized rock under his feet, Harry bent down and picked it up. He waited a few times, then waved his hand and threw it at the person in front of him. Harry threw the rock suddenly, and that person was running too fast. Caught unprepared, he was hit right in the face. He fell to the ground quickly. Harry was also very surprised that one of them was killed in one strike. But now was not the time to be happy. There were still many people chasing after him. Harry picked up another dried branch from the ground and used it as a weapon. He swung it at the second person who had rushed over. With a crisp sound, the person who was hit by Harry did not even dodge. He used his arm to block the branch. Harry saw that there was still half of the tree branch left in his hand and looked at the long spear with sharp stones in the person's hand. He threw down the tree branch helplessly and went straight towards the man, wanting to fight at close range. The opponent had a long spear. It was not easy to use it in the dense forest. In addition, Harry had engaged in close combat with him, which made it even more difficult for him to use the spear effectively. This person obviously had plenty of experience in fighting. Seeing that his weapon's advantage was gone, he immediately threw the spear away. He stretched out his arms to block Harry's fist. After taking the punch head-on, his eyes revealed a mocking look towards Harry. Obviously, he was full of disdain towards Harry's strength, but Harry's attack was just a pretense. The real killing move was from his leg. He bent his knee and pushed it upwards. A loud sound came from the impact. The man crumpled to the floor with a whimper. After dealing with this man in no time at all, Harry was also very surprised by his own skill. But Harry wasn't too excited. He knew that this should be because he was forced into a corner and performed exceptionally well. When these pursuers saw Callie fleeing in the distance, the excitement in their eyes was hard to conceal. However, when they saw that Harry had stepped forward to stop them and had even taken down two of their companions, the leader shouted and brought his men to surround Harry. Through this period of contact, Harry also knew that in the primitive tribes of this place, people worshipped martial arts very much, and the most difficult thing to accept was being knocked down in a fight. This was a kind of humiliation to the people of a tribe. And now, Harry had knocked down the two of them. These people temporarily gave up on chasing Callie and focused their attention on Harry. Looking at the 30 people surrounding them, it was a lie if Harry said he wasn't panicking. But he had no other choice. He could only brace himself and continue to stop these people. "Wait, you're not from the tribe?" To Harry's surprise, this leader actually knew how to speak English. Harry widened his eyes in shock. He did not understand what was going on. The leader continued, "Today you defeated two of my subordinates. You need to receive punishment." Harry snorted. "Show me what you got." "The woman who escaped, she also came in from the outside like you. She can't escape," the leader said. Harry was not surprised that he could tell that he came from the outside, because the locals here were different from Harry in terms of appearance and body shape. First of all, their skin tone was different. Harry and Callie's skin color was very white. Even with the brown ointment of mosquito repellent, they could still tell the pigment underneath. "Whether you can escape or not is not up to you to decide," Harry said indifferently, secretly guarding against these people. These 30 people tightly surrounded Harry. Originally, Harry thought that he would face a group fight. Who knew that the leader was quite fair? He stood in front of Harry alone and stretched out his finger towards Harry. "Come on, how about a fair duel? Whoever wins will get everything." Harry asked, "If I win, will you let us go?" "Ha ha ha ha." The leader suddenly laughed, obviously thinking that it was a joke. "You can't win." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw himself at Harry. Harry had quick reflexes. He immediately stretched out his hand and pulled out 1,000 pounds, throwing away the black tiger's attack. After that, he turned around and continued to be on guard against Harry. With a muffled sound, Harry fell heavily onto the ground. His mind went blank, and it took him a while to recover from the dizziness. Then he realized that he had been plotted against by the people around him. How is this a fair duel? Harry said gloomily. The leader sneered and said, I said it was a fair duel, not a one-on-one duel. Harry was stunned. He had actually been fooled by a primitive man. However, after taking a closer look, this leader seemed to be somewhat different from the locals. It was just that it was not as obvious. Considering that this person could speak English, Harry guessed that this person might have also come in from outside. He just didn't know why he had assimilated with these primitive people. How despicable. Why do you want to capture us? Harry asked. The leader shook his head. I'm not here to capture you. I'm here to collect the woman. Your female companion is the prettiest I have seen in a while. I have to bring her back to the king. Who is the king? Harry was even more confused. Harry had no idea what this man was talking about. What kind of tribe has a king? The leader obviously didn't have the time to answer Harry's questions. He said to his subordinates, This person is useless. Chop him to death. One of his men walked out with a half-meter-long machete in his hand. He looked at Harry with a pair of bloody eyes. Obviously, countless souls had been taken away by his machete. Now it was Harry's turn. Harry was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He wanted to stand up and fight back, but the wound on his head was more damaging than he initially thought. A wooden stick as thick as an arm hit him. If it wasn't for Harry's tough head, he would have been unconscious or worse. Now, seeing that the cold blade was about to land on his neck, Harry wanted to stand up and resist, but he raised his arm and supported himself a few times before finally falling to the ground. His head was still dizzy, and his vision had not recovered. He could not muster up any strength. The blade was lifted up to the sky, ready to strike its target. All of you stop! Callie ran back and shouted. The leader raised his hand to stop his men and smiled. Very good. You came back by yourself. It saves me a lot of effort. Let him go, Callie said sternly. Why did you come back? Harry said helplessly. I can't just watch you die in their hands. Callie looked coldly at these strangers. Will they let me go when you come back? You are too naive, Harry said angrily. These primitive men would not talk about rules with others. In their eyes, strength was the most important. Those who had the most strength could get everything. The weak did not have the qualifications to survive. Harry was an heir of a wealthy family. In the eyes of these people, he was still a weakling. After all, this was the mountain of wild men. The rules of the outside world weren't relevant here. Callie looked at the leader and asked coldly, Do you want to bring me to your king? Yes. As long as you obediently follow me, I will not make things difficult for you, the leader said. Callie took out a small knife and put it on her neck. If I kill myself, you won't get anything. The leader looked nervous. Don't do anything stupid. The reason why he was so nervous was because the king had given him a death order to search for the most beautiful woman in all the nearby tribes. If he couldn't complete the mission, he would have to face the punishment of death when he returned. Now that Callie was standing in front of him, he would have almost no trouble chasing after her. As long as he brought her back, he would definitely receive a lot of rewards. Thus, the leader did not dare to let anything happen to Callie. Let him go. I'll go with you, Callie pointed at Harry and said. What are you talking about? Harry said anxiously. He did not expect Callie to do something so irrational. Now was not the time to trade him. These primitive tribes people did not follow the rules at all. The leader said, I can spare his life, but I won't let him go. I have decided to turn him into my slave. Dream on! You must let him go, Callie shouted. As she spoke, she clenched the knife in her hand with all her strength. The knife drew a thin line of blood on her neck. Don't be like this, I'll agree, Harry quickly said. He was afraid that something would happen to Callie again, so he wanted to agree to the wild man's terms first. In any case, there was no way he could escape in his current condition. Instead of struggling for no reason, he might as well keep his life and wait for a chance to turn the situation around. Moreover, these people wanted to take Callie away. If he agreed, he could also go with them. In this way, the two of them would at least still be together. He just had to continue looking for an opportunity to escape. The leader was rather satisfied with Harry's adaptability to the situation. He directly instructed his subordinates. Take them away. His subordinates pointed at the frightened little Muse and said a few words. The leader looked at little Muse and his eyes lit up. She's also a little woman. Bring her along and offer her to the king. As he spoke, he ordered people to tie up the prisoners and tied them to a wooden pole that two people were carrying on each end. Like lifting livestock, he left the small tribe where Harry had been living. When the people in the tribe saw Harry and the others, none of them stood up to protect them. They could only watch as Harry and the two women were taken away. It was not a comfortable thing to be tied to a wooden pole and carried away. Harry's head had already been hit hard. Now that he was being lifted unsteadily, he felt even more dizzy. Not long after, he fainted once again. When he woke up again, he had already arrived at the tribe of the aggressors. Harry didn't know how long he had been out, nor did he know how far he had been carried away. However, according to his estimations, he should be quite a distance away from the tribe he had previously resided in. Actually, it was already not accurate to say that this was a tribe. It was more like a rather large village. There were walls around it, and there were all kinds of mud houses inside, akin to a small fortress. At the same time, Harry also discovered that there was more than one hunting squad they had at their disposal. Right now, he could see 5 or 6 of them. The other hunting squads had brought at least 7 or 8 women back to the village. These people obviously did not know what it meant to have compassion for the fairer sex. After putting down the pole, they corralled all the women into a large cage. Harry was alone in a small cage. Fortunately, he was not far away from Callie and they could see each other. After the hunting team locked everyone up, all the leaders went into the biggest house in the middle of the village. Harry guessed that the king they were talking about should be living there. At this time, these people were going to take credit and ask for rewards. "Harry, are you all right? I can see that your head is still bleeding," Callie asked Harry as she held onto the cage. Harry raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Sure enough, it was sticky. When he put down his hand, he saw that it was full of blood. He smiled at Callie. "Don't worry, it's nothing big. I can still hold on." Then he looked around the village. If he wanted to escape this place, he had to carefully observe and understand the situation here. However, the more Harry looked at it, the more pessimistic he became. This village was even bigger than he had imagined. Just the number of people he saw was no less than a few hundred. This meant that he would have to get past a lot of people to escape. In addition to these local hunting teams, which had the strongest physical bodies, the number of people had already exceeded over 100. Such a huge disparity in strength made it impossible for Harry to think of escaping. Just as Harry was enduring the discomfort on his head and quickly thinking of a way to escape, a gong sounded from afar, and all the people in the village immediately knelt on the ground. Harry followed the sound and saw a large group of people walking out from the largest house in the center of the village. A fierce man with a crown on his head and a height of more than 2 meters walked out under the crowd's worship. This man first looked at the women brought back by the hunting team and nodded his head in satisfaction. After that, he looked toward Harry's cage. The group of women did not attract much of his interest. Instead, he was curious about Harry. He walked to Harry's cage and sized him up. He asked, "You are from outside. What are you doing? Why did you enter Savage Mountain?" Harry was not surprised that this person could speak English. This person wasn't a native either. "I'm a businessman. I was chased into this place," Harry said half-truthfully. Now that he had not figured out the purpose of this person talking to him, Harry would not easily reveal his identity. However, Harry's calm attitude had attracted the attention of the others, especially the leader who had captured him. He berated, "How dare you? When you see the king, you must kneel down and speak, you lowly slave." The king of this village waved his hand and laughed nonchalantly. "Oh, a businessman. He even escaped from his pursuers and came here. Don't worry, no one will hurt you unless I give the order." Harry sneered. "Then I have to thank you." "Hey, you don't have to be so polite. You will be my slave from now on. But as long as you perform well, I can promote you. My hunting squad leaders were promoted in much the same way." The king's words revealed a lot of information. Harry asked in surprise, "You all came in from outside, right? Why don't you go back?" Harry had noticed that the people in this village were different from the people in the small tribe. 1/3 of the people here looked like the people outside. They were not local people at all. Harry recalled the legends he had heard before. None of the people who entered Savage Mountain could walk out. The people outside thought that all of them had been killed. Who would have thought that not only did they not die, but they were even alive and living on the mountain? When the great king heard Harry's question, he burst into laughter once again. "Get out. Why would I leave my kingdom and suffer outside? This is my world. I can do whatever I want. I feel so free." As he spoke, he stretched out his arms and gestured to the entire village, making a heroic appearance. He continued, "Here, I am God. I am the only king here, and dozens of tribes of all sizes submit to me, allowing me to take whatever I want. To me, this is heaven." Harry silently cursed. The tribes you subjugated would not think of this as anything close to heaven. But these words are not suitable to be said now, otherwise it would be a provocation. There was a huge difference in the number of enemies. Harry was still imprisoned. It was not wise to anger the enemy ahead of time. However, Harry understood a lot of things from what this man said. The mountain might not be as scary as the rumors said. It was dangerous, but it was not to the extent where one could not even move a single step without losing their life. The reason why there was such a situation where no one could walk out of it, a part of it was because of the harsh environment. There were indeed quite a number of people who were not prepared when they entered. However, there were some who wanted to leave but had no other choice. Just like Harry, they were captured by the natives the moment they entered. They did not have the chance to escape. Other than the king, the other outsiders were also controlled by the king. They either stayed behind forcefully or had been bribed to become his subordinates and work for him. Harry didn't care if this person was the king. He just wanted to leave this place. The king was still trying to convince Harry to work for him. It seemed that the natives were too many. They lacked knowledge and couldn't work for him to the extent that he desired. That was why this king wanted to recruit people like Harry who came in from outside. After all, ever since the news of the situation in Savage Mountain spread, the people who came in to explore were rare. Being a slave is only temporary. As long as you are willing to stay here and work for me, not only will I be able to give you a good reward, but I will also give you a few women as rewards. Harry sneered disdainfully. You want to bribe me with this little thing? You are too naive. How dare you, said a fighter nearby. Bastard! How dare you speak to the king with such an attitude? You must accept your punishment, the leader who had captured Harry said fiercely. As he spoke, he took out a long whip from his back and prepared to whip Harry half to death. Harry said without any fear, You want to teach me a lesson? You can try. If you dare to touch my people, you might not live long after. The king, who was at the side, heard some of Harry's words and tried to ask, Who exactly are you? I don't think you are an ordinary businessman. Harry shook his head and said, It's not just an ordinary business. It's a business worth 18 billion. How much? The king was shocked and asked. His subordinates were all stunned. This so-called king was surprised by Harry's words. Before entering Savage Mountain, he was just a boxer. It was also because he had offended some of the wealthy companies and families that he had no choice but to risk his life to escape into Savage Mountain. However, this boxer who had risked his life to escape unexpectedly discovered that there were still quite a number of primitive tribes in the mountains. At first, he accidentally fell into the hands of a cannibal tribe and was almost eaten. Fortunately, he had relied on the strength of his boxing to wipe out the tribe that had captured him. After that, he obtained the respect of the other relatively gentle tribes and lived here in the forest. He didn't dare to go back to his old life. The people he offended outside were very powerful. Thus, he lived his life in peace. Slowly, he recruited many local natives and formed a powerful tribe. Then he accepted some of the people who escaped from the outside like him. The strength of his subordinates grew stronger and stronger, and his ambition became bigger and bigger. He directly proclaimed himself as king and ruled over dozens of large and small primitive tribes here. He lived a free and unfettered life. As for those who came to explore, after he caught them, he tried recruiting them. If they didn't agree, he would kill them. In any case, he couldn't let these explorers go back. If the news of him being alive was spread, he wouldn't want to see his enemies come looking for him. Now that he heard Harry telling him that he was also here to escape from pursuit, his heart was filled with joy. He thought that Harry wasn't willing to leave, seeing that there were people waiting for him. He was willing to accept those who came in from the outside, but the prerequisite was that they had to be aware of the current situation and submit to him, the so-called king, unconditionally. As for those who refused to accept him, he didn't care. He relied on his current power and influence. On the surface, Harry agreed to submit, but he still wanted to leave in secret. The king also had a way to deal with them. After all, the primitive forest outside was full of danger. Plus, if he let his trusted subordinates keep an eye on them, there wouldn't be any big problems. But now, the situation was out of his expectations. He also didn't expect that Harry's so-called ordinary business would be worth so much. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to treat Harry with caution. He saw that Harry was very young, so he was obviously not the kind of person who had saved up connections to rely on when his life was in danger. As for how much money Harry had, it did not matter if it was tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Actually, to the people here, it was all meaningless. They lived a very primitive life here and didn't need money at all. They avoided contact with the outside world too much, so they didn't have any desire for money. It was just that they were shocked by the scale of Harry's business just now. Which family are you from? Why did you enter Savage Mountain? The king asked seriously. He didn't want anyone to cause any damage to his life as king. He had to find out Harry's identity. Otherwise, having Harry around or killing him would cause him a lot of problems. He also knew in his heart that he could still be the king of this mountain. But in the eyes of the big families outside, he was just a nobody. Harry said indifferently, "Even if I tell you my identity, you will not know it. To be honest, you have no right to know my identity." The subordinates of the king didn't have that many thoughts. When they saw Harry's arrogant attitude, they immediately stood out to show their loyalty to their pretend king. "Bastard! How dare you be so disrespectful to the king? I think you will have to suffer a little," said a tall fighter. "This man is just a useless loser. What are you keeping him for? Just kill him," said one of the fatter fighters. Facing the threats from these people, Harry wasn't scared at all. He sneered and said, "I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, all of you here will be buried with me." Harry was not scaring them without reason. He was telling the truth. As the heir of the Parker family, no matter whether or not he would inherit the family's business and wealth in the future, as long as Harry was hurt by someone else, there would be retribution. The family wouldn't just sit back and watch him die. Any aggressor of the Parker family would have to pay in blood if they were to hurt one of their heirs. Not to mention Harry's subordinates. Without Harry as their master, they would definitely take revenge for Harry. Furthermore, they would use the bloodiest method to make those who dared to offend Harry pay a steep price. In the face of Harry's threat, this king had indeed hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to get involved with those big families outside, so he felt that Harry was dangerous. He couldn't let him live, let alone let him go. Letting Harry go would inevitably expose him to the outside world. Once he attracted the attention of his former enemies, his good life here would be ruined. Because Harry didn't want to stay here at all. Even if he was forcefully imprisoned, it wouldn't be easy for Harry's subordinates to find him. He did not have the confidence to go against the wealthy families outside. He was well aware of his current strength. The king was at a loss. Then he thought about how Harry had just come in. He was not in a hurry to deal with this problem. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Do you think I'm afraid? This is the mountain of wild men. It's harder to enter and exit freely than anything else. Just stay in the cage obediently." Putting Harry aside, the king once again placed his attention on the women that his subordinates had gathered for him. Within the large cage were 70 to 80 women that were captured by various tribes. However, in the eyes of the king, they were all ordinary goods. But sadly, after he self-proclaimed himself as king, he didn't have any other entertainment other than playing with women every day. He had no other desire but to hang around with women whom he had forced to stay in his tribe. Once he was done, he would let his men do as they pleased. It was the main reason he was able to keep so many men loyal to him. While Harry and the king were talking, Callie had been lying on the fence of the cage and looking at them worriedly. She was afraid that the leader of the tribe would chop Harry down if he didn't agree to be his slave. However, after a moment, she realized that the other party seemed to be afraid of Harry. Callie let out a sigh of relief. Instead, she started to look at the woman that his subordinates had captured with great interest. In the end, the first thing the king saw was Callie, who was in the crowd. His eyes instantly widened. Callie, a woman, was needless to say, especially when she was in the crowd of natives. She stood out like a crane amongst a flock of chickens. The Mountain King immediately became interested and ran over while rubbing his hands. His subordinate impatiently ordered, "Quick, open the cage door quickly. I want this woman, ha ha ha." In the eyes of these primitive people, it was an enviable life. However, the Mountain King felt bitter in his heart. These native women all had average looks. He was more of a fan of modern women. He had long wanted to find a woman from the outside to accompany him. Unfortunately, most of the people that entered the Savage Mountain were men. Even if there were women, they would either not look good or they would not be able to live for long. Thus, for him to be able to meet a woman like Callie was like being sent a gift from the heavens. "Woman, quickly come into my arms." The Mountain King smiled and waved at Callie. Harry was furious. "Hey, you better not touch her. This is my friend," Harry warned. The Mountain King glanced at Harry impatiently. The reason why he was afraid of Harry was because he had yet to figure out Harry's identity. But now, he doesn't care about this anymore. With this woman, even if Harry was the king of the world, he would still desire her. No one knew better than him how boring life in the primitive tribe was. The Mountain King waved his hand. Lock this person in the cave. His subordinates had long disliked Harry. Now that they had received the order, they carried it out with glee. They didn't even let Harry out of the cage. Instead, they called over some of the stronger men and lifted his cage. Harry raised his leg and kicked the cage furiously. You dirt king, I'm warning you one last time. If you dare touch my friend, I will make sure you die a horrible death, Harry shouted. However, the Mountain King didn't take this verbal threat seriously at all. Instead, he said with a cold smile, Haha, you should take care of your own life first. I'll kill you, Harry roared in the cage, but there was nothing he could do. He never imagined that the Mountain King would be so lecherous. Now he was like a fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. Harry looked at Callie with regret. When he thought of how his Callie was humiliated by this pretend king, he was burning with anger. However, when Harry looked at Callie in despair, Callie secretly made a hand gesture to calm Harry down. Harry was a little confused. Then he saw Callie pointing at her backpack. Harry immediately understood. The group of people who caught them earlier actually did not take their bags away. Perhaps they felt that a bag woven from tree bark was not worth much. Therefore, after catching Harry and Callie, these people were too lazy to look at their bags. In a place like Savage Mountain, there had never been anything valuable. But Harry knew what was in Callie's bag. When she was in that small tribe, she would make some small tools for herself when she had nothing to do. Until one day, with the help of the hunting squad, she actually used a net woven from vines to trap a large electric eel. After that, no one knew what method Callie used to dig out the electrical tissue of the eel, but she was able to harness that organ. After 2 days of tinkering, she created an electric batter. The high-voltage electric current that was released in an instant could make a wild boar fall to the ground. If a robust man were to be hit by it, he would be shocked and potentially fall into a coma. Harry understood that Callie was preparing to use a self-made electric battery to deal with this king of the mountain, but Harry was still very worried. He was being locked up, and Callie needed to face this formidable mountain king alone, as well as his entire tribe. If there were any mishaps, Harry wouldn't even be able to lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, no matter how much Harry worried, he didn't have any other good ideas at the moment. Soon he was carried to the east of the mountain, and he couldn't see the village anymore. The Mountain King was still smiling as he said to Callie, Woman, don't worry and come with me. You can eat and drink well here. I guarantee that it will be more comfortable than following that pretty boy. Callie pretended to smile sweetly at him and said, But if I'm leaving, what about this child? Little Muse was in the cage as well. At this time, she was hiding behind Callie with a face full of fear. She was clearly extremely afraid of the Mountain King in front of him. Callie quietly reached out her hand to pat Little Muse, giving her a reassuring look. The Mountain King looked at Little Muse and said in a mute voice, Why is there a small one? Who is she? Callie asked, She is a little sister of mine. Can I bring her along? The Mountain King laughed loudly. All right. This little one can come too. Thank you, King. Callie once again revealed a smiling face. Instantly, the Mountain King was captivated. It was said that the more beautiful a woman was, the more she would be able to deceive others. The key did not lie in the quality of deception. It was all because of her good looks. Callie had known that men were easy to trick. Especially as she got older, she noticed that the littlest nod or word could make men think irrationally. Waving his hand, a servant immediately came over to serve Callie and sat on a palanquin. She rarely used her charm to get the things she wanted, but she had learned quickly how to use it to her advantage when she wanted to. If Harry saw her act this way, he would definitely be amazed. When Callie was taken away, Harry was feeling anxious. He was carried into a cave behind the village by these natives. At first, Harry thought that it was just an ordinary cave, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He was only worried about Callie. However, as he was locked in a cage and carried deeper and deeper into the cave, Harry felt that something was wrong. This cave was unexpectedly deep, and the deeper they went, the more terrified his captors became. Harry didn't know what they were afraid of, but he knew that they were afraid of something that could mean death for them and for Harry. When they reached the end of the cave, the natives finally stopped. Harry heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no torches on either side of the cave. He was worried that there would be some wild beasts here. He thought that these natives were going to send him into the mouth of some beasts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why these people were so afraid. Now that he saw that there was nothing here, Harry felt relieved. He felt that these natives were afraid because this place was a forbidden area. But soon after, Harry's speculation was overturned. At the end of the cave, a few savages put down the cage that was holding Harry, then carefully pushed open a thick wooden cover on the ground. There was a passage that led down deeper into the mountain. Because there were no torches lighting up the cave, Harry could not clearly see how deep it was. After the cover was pushed open, the natives moved even faster. They hung Harry's cage on a group of wheels and then turned the connected wheels, suspending him over the open pit. Harry and the whole cage were quickly let down. After about a minute, his cage landed roughly at the bottom of the pit. Harry knew what was going on. He estimated that he had dropped at least a few dozen meters from the top of the cave. After that, there was another crashing sound above his head. Those savages threw the rope that was hanging on Harry's cage down from the ceiling and quickly closed the lid. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers in front of his eyes. Because he didn't understand the native language here, he naturally didn't know what kind of strange place these people had sent him to. Surrounded by complete darkness, Harry recalled the perils of being locked in such dark confines. The mind would quickly go crazy and begin to make fake images, driving the person mad. Furthermore, the place he was at now was extremely cold, so quiet that even his heartbeat sounded like a drum beating. Harry was afraid that there would be some unknown danger in this cave where he could not see anything. He quickly took out the oil lamp that Callie had prepared from his bag. This oil lamp was made from things Callie found around in the forest. The entire main body was carved out of the bones of a large beast, and refined animal fat was stored inside. The lampshade was made from a fist-sized plant seed. After the shell was removed, there was a layer of the translucent hard membrane inside. This membrane was heat-resistant and could be heated for a long time without risk of damage. After Harry lit up the oil lamp with a flint stone, he finally saw his surroundings clearly. He was now in a cave about 2 meters in diameter. On one side was a mountain wall, and on the top of his head was the vertical tube he was shoved down into. On the other side of the horizontal direction was a long cave. Because the light source of the oil lamp was not bright enough, Harry did not know how deep this cave was. Harry believed that he was all alone and miserably cold. Harry still couldn't understand why those natives were so afraid of this place, and why the Mountain King had left him here. Harry shook his head. He took out the food from his bag and thought quietly, if he couldn't escape, how many days would he be able to stay here? After a while, Harry frowned. He was not optimistic about his chances of escaping. Because of the sudden incident, he did not have enough preparation. When he ran away, he was in a hurry, so he did not bring many supplies with him. If he used what he brought sparingly, he could at most last 3 to 5 days. When all the food was used up and he still could not get out, he would starve to death. On the other side of the village, because he had obtained a beautiful woman, the Mountain King excitedly decided to hold a grand banquet. When he had enough to eat and drink to his heart's content, he would then spend the night with his new prize. At the banquet, Callie, who had been carefully dressed up by the servants, was invited to the side of the special throne of the Mountain King. When the Mountain King saw Callie, he was stunned by her beauty. Such a beautiful woman had actually fallen into his hands. Hey, woman, come closer to me. Don't be so distant, the Mountain King said happily. Callie smiled and said, King, you have to give me some time to get used to everything. Oh, yes, I was too rash. I will punish myself with a cup of wine. As the Mountain King spoke, he raised a large wine cup on the table and gulped it down in one gulp. When his subordinates saw how happy the king was, they all cheered in unison. They were happy to see something new in their rather mundane lives. Usually the king would not waste time holding a banquet for any of the women his subordinates brought back. When he found them pleasing to the eye, he would just bring them back to his abode. However, Callie was different. In the eyes of the Mountain King, this fairy-like woman was something that even he had treated with the best that he could offer. When a man's looks reached a certain level, he would feel ashamed of himself. The Mountain King was like this at this moment, afraid that there would be a place where he would make Callie unhappy. That was why he carefully waited on her, not daring to offend her. Callie dismissed his pig hand and asked, King, why did you lock the man who came with me into the cave? Will you let him out? When she asked this question, Callie found that the hand that the Mountain King had raised his wine cup had stopped. There was a trace of anger on his face. Anyone with discerning eyes could easily tell that the Mountain King was jealous. He may have treated the other women as objects. He felt something special towards Callie. After all, it was rare to see a woman as beautiful as Callie. It was even rarer to see a woman in such a desolate mountain. Previously, Harry had already made it clear that Callie was his friend. The Mountain King did not hesitate to cast aside his concerns about Harry's identity and took the risk to take Callie for himself. Now that Callie still cares about Harry's well-being, the Mountain King must be unhappy. He said coldly, "What? Aren't you going to forget about this man?" Callie was not afraid that he would turn against her. She still smiled faintly. "The king must be joking. How can you forget such a thing just like that? There must be a time and process for this." Little Muse snuggled up to Callie's side. She was so nervous that she almost jumped up. In the local tribes, the king of the mountain in front of him was a devil that killed people without blinking. He killed the natives at every turn and did not treat them as humans at all. It was as if he treated them as livestock when he slaughtered them indiscriminately. Little Muse was scared to the extreme when she was caught in this devil village. Now that she was forced to sit beside the devil, she was so scared that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. If it was not because Callie was by her side, she would have fainted from fear a long time ago. Regarding Little Muse's nervous expression, the Mountain King did not take it to heart at all. He had long gotten used to the fear in the eyes of the people here. Not only was he not worried that these people would resist, but he also even enjoyed this kind of fear very much. After hearing Callie's explanation, the Mountain King was slightly relieved. "I won't kill him, but if I throw him into the Devil Cave, whether he can survive or not will depend on his own luck." Callie took a deep look at the Mountain King and hid the disgust in her heart. After that, she felt that it was very strange. The Mountain King was regarded as the devil, an inescapable evil. There was no one in the entire Savage Mountain who wasn't afraid of him. But when it came to the Devil Cave, the Mountain King actually had a fearful expression on his face. "Devil's Cave? What is that?" Callie asked the question in her heart. The Mountain King seemed to have said something wrong and covered it up. "It is just a cave. There are some strange phenomena in the depths of the cave. These locals have not seen much of the world, so they are afraid and call it the Devil Cave." "Sending him down there?" Callie said thoughtfully. "Hey, let's not talk about these irrelevant things. Drink, let's have a drink." The Mountain King chuckled. Callie was worried about Harry's safety and did not want to anger this stupid fool right now. She seemed to obediently drink with him. However, after the wine entered her mouth, she quietly spat it out. Little Muse, who was sitting beside Callie, was very clever and helped cover for her, so no one noticed Callie's little movements. Once the banquet ended, the Mountain King impatiently chased everyone away. He could not wait any longer. And in the room that was arranged for Callie alone, Little Muse had a look of worry. "Sister, aren't you afraid?" Callie gently said, "I'm not afraid. I have a way to deal with him. Later, when you hide and see me take care of this cretin, we will run." "Then what about Big Brother?" Little Muse asked worriedly. "Of course, I'm going to save him." Callie patted Little Muse's head and smiled. Just as the two of them finished talking, the Mountain King strode in. "Ha ha ha, beautiful, you must be anxious, I'm here." As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, wanting to pounce on her. However, Callie immediately raised a wooden pole and stopped him. The face of the Mountain King pulled up and said discontentedly, "What do you mean by this?" Callie gave a look to Little Muse and indicated for her to go outside to see good people. Then she said with a smile, "Oh my king, your body reeks of alcohol. It smells so bad. Quickly go and wash up. I have already ordered people to prepare hot water." King said, "How can it be so bad? Wouldn't it be better to keep this buzz going?" Callie rejected, "But I can't take the smell. You should wash up." As she spoke, she used a wooden pole to push him towards a room filled with hot water. Seeing that Callie did not reject him, the Mountain King compromised and said, "Okay, okay, okay, I'll do as you say." After saying that, he casually took off his attire and jumped into the water with a splash. He even waved at Callie and said, "This water is really comfortable. Woman, come in and wash with me." Callie pretended to be shy and said, "I think I should massage your back, my king." As she spoke, she turned to the back of the Mountain King and took out the self-made electric batter that she carried with her. But what Callie did not expect was that the Mountain King was actually very vigilant. He turned his head around and stared at the electric batter in Callie's hand with bright eyes and asked sternly, "What is this stuff?" Callie's eyes panicked, but she still forced herself to calm down and said, "This is a cleaning ointment used for bathing. I will apply a little bit of it on the king." The Mountain King sneered. "No need. I don't like to use this kind of thing." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to snatch the electric batter from Callie's hand. In this situation, the only thing Callie could rely on was this electric batter. If it was taken away by the Mountain King, there would really be no way for them to escape. Callie could only clench her teeth and stake it all. Before the Mountain King snatched it away, she quickly turned on the switch and threw it into the bathtub. The Mountain King saw the substance falling into the tub and had every instinct to jump out of the water. Callie was faster. In a split second, the electric batter in the bathtub made a crackling sound. The water in the makeshift tub was electrified and shocked the pretend king, who could not climb out fast enough. After the sound of electrical currents being released, the Mountain King was stunned. His entire body went limp once more, and he once again fell back into the bathtub. His entire body had even sunk into the water. After a series of bubbles appeared on the surface of the water, there was no longer any movement. Hallie's entire body trembled as she slowly withdrew from the room. Although the situation did not go very smoothly, she had achieved her goal. The king of the mountains was submerged by the water, so he could not make any cries for help. His subordinates outside also did not know that their king's life was already in danger. Callie quickly packed her things, but only the bare necessities. The amount of noise she would make might alert the guards. She stood in the room and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Only then did she pretend to be fine and walk out of the room. She called over Little Muse, who was hiding by the side. After Little Muse nervously walked over, she saw that Callie was safe and sound, and there was no movement from the bath at all. She was excited and terrified. She did not know what method Callie used to deal with the devil inside, but since Callie came out, it didn't matter. Callie motioned for Little Muse to not speak, and the two of them held hands as they walked out. But just as they walked out of the front door, there were guards who stopped the two of them. "Where are the two of you going? Where's the king?" Callie said calmly. "The king has drunk too much and needs something to sober him up. I have to make it for him and bring it to him." The guard said, "You all stay inside. I will let the others make it for you." Callie, however, sneered and said, "I will let you guys do it. Do you know how to make it?" The food Callie was thinking of was a hearty dish that was fairly common back home. Out here, she wasn't sure if they had the right ingredients. Therefore, the guards had nothing to say and could only let Callie and Little Muse walk out. He pointed to a house and said, "The kitchen is over there." Callie frowned slightly. She originally wanted to go in another direction. It was not easy to escape from that position in the kitchen, but under the watch of the guards, she had no other choice but to follow their directions. After entering the kitchen, Callie closed the door and pulled Little Muse to the half-closed window to investigate. Seeing that the king's room was still very quiet, and the guards at the door did not have any intention of going in to check, they heaved a sigh of relief. To escape from this village, the most difficult thing was not to get rid of the Mountain King, but how to escape without attracting the guards' attention. Callie checked every window in the kitchen and found that the guards outside the village were complacent. She took Little Muse and smeared ash on all of her exposed skin, including her own, causing them to turn black. With this layer of camouflage in the dark, they would be able to hide in the shadows much better. She did not dare to delay for too long. The two of them opened the window and quietly went out. Hiding from the patrolling guards along the way, they slowly headed out of the village. However, just as they were about to approach the village's wall, a noise suddenly came from afar. "The king has been killed!" a guard yelled. "Someone come quickly," said another. "Where did that woman go?" the first guard asked. "She must have done it. Hurry up and find her," said a younger guard. The matter was finally discovered. It was the guards who saw Callie go to make the food and did not come back after a long time, so they went to the kitchen to check, only to find it to be empty. The strong Mountain King actually drowned in the bathtub. The guards who saw this scene were scared out of their wits and immediately shouted loudly. With this shout, the entire village became chaotic. Callie and Little Muse were so scared that they hid in a dark corner and did not dare to move. Little Muse was so scared that she almost cried, but she did not dare to make any sound. She only used her hands to cover her mouth. Callie gently patted her back to comfort her. "It's okay. It's okay. We will definitely be able to escape." Sure enough, the development of the matter was much better than expected. With such a commotion in the village center, most of the patrolling guards all moved over. Seeing that this was a rare opportunity, Callie and Little Muse immediately started to climb over the wall. Fortunately, the wall was not very tall, a little over 2 meters tall. The two of them stepped on some crates that had been stacked nearby and only took a little effort to climb out. However, when they landed on the ground, Callie sprained her foot. She could not help but cry out in pain and reached out to touch it. Realizing that it was not very serious, she endured the pain and dragged Little Muse to quickly run away with a limp. On the other side of the village, the noise became louder and louder until the entire village was in an uproar. With the death of the king, everyone was lost in the commotion. In addition, Callie, who was supposed to be in the same room, was also gone. Thus, everyone knew that the Mountain King had been killed, and the murderer was most likely Callie. Very soon, the search began. A large number of guards ran out of the village and began to search the surrounding forest. At this time, Callie did not dare to turn on the flashlight, afraid of being discovered. But she was unable to discern the direction they were going in the dark forest. Fortunately, there was still a small tree by her side. As a native, Little Muse had long adapted to this kind of environment. Under her lead, the two of them quickly found the so-called Devil's Cave where Harry was imprisoned. The dark night, coupled with the flickering torches in the cave that were constantly swaying in the wind, gave the mouth of the cave a very ominous look. Little Muse, who was standing at the door, hesitated and didn't dare to enter. She had obviously heard of the rumors about this cave. "Sister, I heard that this cave is very dangerous. There are man-eating things inside," Little Muse said with a trembling voice. Callie squatted down and hugged Little Muse. "Since that's the case, don't go in. Find a place to hide first. Don't let those people discover you." Little Muse shook his head. "Sister, you don't want me anymore?" Callie said. "No, Sister needs to go in and find Big Brother. I need to go and save him. Since it is very dangerous inside, you do not need to follow." Little Muse was only a child. Callie did not want to bring her into an unknown and dangerous place. Compared to the unknown inside the cave, it was safer for Little Muse to stay in the forest outside. Although there were people searching for them everywhere, Little Muse was also very clever. In addition, she was a native who lived here, so hiding in the forest for a night was not a problem. Moreover, she could return to the tribe by herself after dawn. However, Little Muse was a very loyal child. After thinking for a moment, she said, "No, I'll stay with Sister. If I follow you, I can be of some help." Callie was somewhat touched when she heard Little Muse's enthusiastic words. She and Harry were stranded in this desolate land. If not for Little Muse's tribe taking them in, they might have lost their lives at some point. Now that Little Muse had chosen to continue following them, Callie didn't try to persuade her anymore. Because time couldn't be delayed, there were still people chasing after them. Thus, the two of them braced themselves and walked into the cave, searching for Harry's whereabouts. Harry was locked in a secret underground floor of this cave. Initially, he thought that it was a safe place. It was just a place that the locals were superstitious and afraid of. That was why it was called the Devil's Cave. He sat down and carefully thought about how to escape. The cage that locked him up was still all right, but it was made of wood. It was not impossible to break it open by force. However, even if he left the cage and left the passage above his head, he was still 20 to 30 meters away from the top. Without ropes, he would not be able to climb up. This underground cave was very cold and damp. The rock walls were also covered with brilliant moss. There was simply no place to grasp and climb up. Unless there was a rope hanging down, that would be the only way he could climb out. The rope that the guards had used to drop Harry had already been taken back by those natives. Harry raised his head and sighed as he looked at the vertical cave that was dozens of meters high above his head. After that, he widened his eyes and looked at the bottomless black tunnel ahead. He could pass through the tunnel ahead, but he was not familiar with where it could lead to. He didn't know if there was another way out. Perhaps it would be a dead end before long, or it would be a waste of time. However, under such circumstances, Harry had no other choice. He could only try to explore the path ahead. If there really was a way out, it would be the best thing for Harry. But before that, Harry still had to think of a way to get out of the cage. Now, Harry did not have any metal tools on him. The only thing he could use was a small knife that had been polished from the bones given to him by the natives in the tribe. Although it wasn't as good as a metal knife, Harry had no other choice in this situation. At the very least, this knife was a bit stronger than wood, and it was also better than Harry having nothing but his bare hands. Harry took the bone knife from his legs and started to cut the wooden cage bit by bit. Although the efficiency was not satisfactory, Harry still cut the cage quickly. He was actually very anxious, although Callie had hinted to him that he could be at ease and that she had a way to deal with the Mountain King. But Harry could not be at ease. She was a girl facing an entire village by herself. If anything were to happen to her, there would be no room for negotiation. If the Mountain King really wanted to kill Callie, Harry wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. Thinking of this, Harry increased the speed of his cutting. Just as Harry was trying his best to escape from the cage, He inadvertently found that the air in the cave had begun to rush past his face with an unmistakable fish smell. Harry stopped what he was doing and pricked up his ears to listen carefully for a moment. He actually heard some almost undetectable movements coming from the depths of the cave. The cave was very quiet. The sound of Harry cutting the wooden cage had caused a moderate disturbance in the cave. There were also some echoes, and it was somewhat noisy. When it became quiet, Harry suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and his ears had yet to react. He thought that he had heard something wrong, but in this strange environment, Harry did not dare to relax his vigilance. He thought he was having an audio hallucination, but that wouldn't explain the smell. Harry began to become alert, thinking, could it be that there are some animals living in the depths of the cave? Otherwise, where would the smell come from? However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not possible. This kind of dark and damp cave did not seem to be suitable for animals to live in. Is it a mouse? Harry muttered to himself. Unfortunately, the light from the oil lamp beside him was limited, so he could not see further. As the stench in the air became stronger and stronger, Harry did not dare to move. It meant that there was something unknown that might be approaching him, but strangely, he could not hear anything at this time. Harry bent down and squatted in the cage. His hand was tightly holding on to his only weapon, the small knife made of bone. Just like that, he focused his mind. It was as if the thing hiding in the darkness in front of him was no longer approaching. The two sides were in a stalemate. Harry was certain that something was approaching him. Not only was there a pungent smell lingering in his nose, but it was also not dissipating. Harry could even feel that the thing that was approaching him was right beside the range of his oil lamp. As long as he got closer, he would be able to see it. At this moment, Harry recalled that this cave was a devil cave that the natives were very afraid of. He didn't dare to relax. It was obvious that what the locals said wasn't baseless. This place was indeed filled with danger. However, Harry was not nervous. He did not feel much fear in his heart. He was glad that he was still in the cage and did not go out. Although this wooden cage was not very strong, it could at least give Harry a little bit of defense. The cave became quiet again. After a while, Harry did not want to continue this endless confrontation. He didn't know what was coming from the darkness. Harry would soon feel tired as he kept his guard up and didn't relax at all. Therefore, Harry decided to take action first. He quietly approached the oil lamp with his hand, which was not holding the knife. In order to not alert the unknown thing in the darkness, Harry's movements were very slow. It was almost impossible to tell that his arm was moving. After 5 to 6 minutes, Harry's forehead was covered in sweat. His fingers finally touched the oil lamp. Then, at the speed of lightning, Harry quickly pushed the oil lamp forward. The violent shaking caused the flame in the oil lamp to sway and shake continuously. Harry endured the discomfort of the light swaying and looked forward with his eyes wide open. Using the range of the light to extend forward a few dozen centimeters, Harry widened his eyes in shock, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but tremble. He finally saw what was approaching quietly. It's not very accurate to say he saw it clearly. In fact, under the violent shaking of the small flame in the oil lamp, the entire cave was filled with strange and variegated scenes due to the shaking of the light. On the surrounding mountain walls, the shadows formed by various protruding rocks shortened and lengthened, as if there were countless man-eating demons hiding there. But this was not the thing that surprised Harry. What really made Harry's heart palpitate was, not far in front of him, a man who was less than half a meter tall. It had a short stature but a huge head. It was squatting behind a big rock and staring at Harry. Not only was the head of that thing ridiculously big, but its eyes were also like a pair of copper bells, and it had a ferocious expression on its face. Anyone who saw it would unconsciously feel fear, even if Harry was brave enough. However, when he looked at this thing, he still couldn't help but shiver. It was purely a conditioned reflex caused by discomfort when he saw something ugly. Of course, there was also a deep fear mixed within. Who wouldn't be shocked when they suddenly saw such a thing in such a dark underground cave? It was already very daring of Harry to remain silent until now. Harry didn't make a sound. The thing in front of him was also quietly squatting behind a big rock without making a sound. Harry did not know if this thing was friendly or fierce to people, so he did not dare to randomly touch it and cause it to overreact. After staring at each other for a while, the thing could not hold it in anymore. As if it had noticed that Harry was locked in a cage and could not come out, it suddenly muttered something that did not sound like a human's voice. He stood up and wanted to get closer, but Harry did not know if this thing was going to kill him. Besides, this thing was still far away from him just now, Now it was getting closer. Harry finally smelled the stench. It was clearly the stench of rotting flesh. Get lost! Harry shouted as he gathered his energy. Because the cave was narrow and quiet, Harry's shout was like a clap of thunder on the ground. It was magnified several times in size here, scaring the thing that wanted to get close to it and causing it to jump up. After that, it let out a chirp, turned around, and ran back into the darkness. When it could no longer be seen and the echo faded away, Harry held his breath and concentrated for a moment. He did not hear any movement near him anymore, and then Harry cut the cage even faster. Harry could not stay in this place anymore. He could not see his 5 fingers in the darkness, so he could only rely on the weak light of the oil lamp to light up the place. In addition to that, he also had to rely on the dim light of the oil lamp. There was also something that existed that he didn't know what it was. He began to believe the natives and their naming of the cage. Harry had to get out of the cage as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be too passive. However, when he saw that the smallest piece of wood had been cut in half, the worst-case scenario appeared. The thing that had just run over appeared once again. And there was more than one. Harry could hear the sound of stones being stepped on in the darkness from afar. Obviously, it was not something that could be created by 1 or 2 people. What was even worse was that there were a lot of them, and they were moving very quickly. Before Harry could react, several strange things jumped out of the places that the oil lamp could see. After roaring at Harry, they actually crashed straight into the cage. A loud, muffled sound came from the cave. A few strange things hit Harry's cage at the same time. What surprised Harry was that these strange things were not tall, but they were shockingly strong. A few of them crashed into the cage at the same time, sending the entire cage flying. After turning 180 degrees in midair, the cage smashed heavily onto the ground once again. Harry was knocked on his back hard. Harry felt lucky and nervous at the same time. It was because of this collision that the wood that he had cut in half was directly broken, forming a hole that he could get out of. But under the current circumstances, after encountering so many inexplicable things, the cage broke open. It was also hard to say whether it was a good thing or not. Because these things clearly came with ill intentions, Harry could not guarantee that he would be able to beat them away when he faced these things alone without the obstruction of the cage. But luckily, because the cage was knocked over, the hole was now pressed against the wall. For the time being, nothing could get into the cage. Harry was not worried that these things would come in or pull him out. What kind of monsters are these? Harry struggled to get up from the cage. He had not recovered from the previous collision either. His head was almost spinning. It was fortunate that he was not injured. However, the bad thing was that the oil lamp that had been placed in the cage for illumination had already fallen outside the cage. What was even worse was that the oil lamp had fallen over. The oil inside had not spilled out. However, the flame burning on the oil lamp was violently shaking due to the rolling, and it looked like it was about to be extinguished. Once the oil lamp was extinguished, Harry would be completely unable to see anything. It would be dangerous for him to open his eyes and be blind in this matter. As for those strange things that had just flipped over Harry's cage, they seemed to be more afraid of the oil lamp. None of them dared to get too close to the light. The corners of Harry's eyes twitched, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. These strange things that he did not know what they were might have been living down here for a long time. In this kind of underground dark environment, anything would be very sensitive to light. Their ears adapted to compensate for their lack of clear vision. It was very likely that they were afraid of loud sounds and strong light. In an instant, Harry changed his mind. He immediately took out a firecracker from his bag behind him. This was a firecracker that Callie had made with raw materials when she was in the tribe. It contained a lot of black gunpowder. Now, Harry had encountered so many of these strange things, and they looked very unfriendly. Other than the small knife made of bone, this was the only weapon Harry could use. He did not need to use fire to ignite the fuse. He pulled on the small string, and the phosphorus powder inside would spontaneously combust when it came into contact with the air. Harry waved his hand and threw the large firecrackers filled with small gravel into the middle of the gathering of those strange things. A deafening explosion rang out. Exploding a large firecracker in this enclosed space, just the loud noise could make people dizzy. Harry's brain instantly buzzed, and his ears temporarily went deaf. This place was already filled with a strong, rotten smell. Adding the fact that Harry was shaken by the loud noise, he felt his internal organs rolling in his stomach, and he felt like vomiting. As for those strange things that were blown up by Harry, they all fell to the ground. The big firecrackers that Callie made were quite powerful. The added gravel as shrapnel helped. Under the impact of the explosion, they shot out in all directions. Many of the small rocks had ripped into the strange beings in the dark. Some were bleeding quite badly. Some of them were even more unlucky. They seemed to have died immediately from the blast. The explosion was loud, bright, and full of rocks. Their ears were bleeding, their eyes burned, and the many holes were the worst of the damage. The huge explosion even caused them to directly faint. Only those who were relatively lucky outside the range of the explosion were only dizzy. They swayed on the spot as if they were drunk, and after a few seconds, they snapped out of their confusion. At this moment, these strange creatures that could still stand no longer had hideous expressions when they looked at Harry. Instead, they were horrified. They no longer dared to look at Harry directly. After a few loud chirps, they scattered in all directions. They did not care about their companions who were lying on the ground. Harry saw that all the survivors had run away. He shook his head, got up, and tried to flip the cage over again. After climbing out of the cage through the hole, the first thing he did was fix the oil lamp on the ground that was about to go out. The flame that was about to go out flickered and returned to normal. Harry heaved a sigh of relief. In this strange cave, with this oil lamp's illumination, he would be in a good position to defend himself. If the oil lamp was extinguished, he would have to use a flint to light it. It would not be a small effort. And during the process of lighting the lamp, Harry could not guarantee that the living things would not run back and attack him again. After all, in this kind of environment, Harry was at a disadvantage. Without light, he was a blind man. Callie's large firecrackers were very powerful. Just this one had taken down 5 of the monsters. 2 of them were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Harry hadn't seen clearly how many of them had escaped just now, but killing 5 and injuring 2 of them was already enough to satisfy him. As for the 2 injured things lying on the ground, Harry wouldn't just leave them alone. He walked forward and took his small bone knife and stabbed them into their hearts one by one, making sure they died. Harry didn't feel uncomfortable at all when it came to killing. These strange things were even uglier up close and smelled twice as bad, too. These things clearly had ill intentions, so Harry did not need to be soft-hearted towards them. In this kind of strange and inexplicable environment, all possible dangers had to be eliminated first. Using a knife to stab the hearts of 2 monsters, these 2 things actually had very tenacious vitality. Not only did they not die directly, they even opened their mouths and howled a few times. The cries continuously echoed along the cave, and they echoed for a long distance. Before the sound completely disappeared, Harry heard continuous howls coming from the depths of the cave. Harry frowned, and his face became even more solemn. He did not expect there to be so many of them. Just by listening to the continuous sounds, it could be estimated that there were more than 100 of these monsters. "I have entered the lair of these things," Harry smiled bitterly. Then he shut his mouth and covered his nose. He did not dare to breathe. It was because the rotten smell in the air was too strong, to the point of choking. These strange-looking things. Their intelligence did not seem to be high either. They did not have much hair on their bodies, and they were naked without anything to wear. Harry didn't know what species they were either, and this wasn't the time to think about it. Harry couldn't stay any longer, so he could only think of his own way out. It was obviously impossible to climb back up. Harry didn't have any superpowers. He didn't have the ability to climb walls. However, if he wanted to continue down this underground cave, it was obvious that he had to go deeper towards the other howls. It was not a good way out either. He did not know how many monsters were ahead of him. If he really ran into the nest of these monsters, Harry would be at a severe disadvantage. Although there were still some big firecrackers in his bag, there were only about 10 of them. Once he used all 10, he would have nothing to fight with. It was not a good idea to linger, and Harry did not dare to stay there any longer. Furthermore, he could not guarantee that these monsters would not launch a second wave of attacks. After all, the 2 injured monsters had received a response to their dying howls. After frowning for a moment, Harry decided to try exploring the depths of the cave. These monsters could live here. It was definitely not a closed cave. Otherwise, what would they eat? Harry felt that there should be a way out. He could only try to find it with all his might. But before he set off, he still had to make some preparations. First, he took out a small towel from his bag, poured some water, and wet it before covering his nose and mouth. Although this couldn't completely block the stench in the air, it still had some effect. Then Harry began to tear down the wooden cage from before. After the strange collision, the structure of the wooden cage had long become loose. Harry did not spend much effort to remove a wooden stick that was more than a meter long from it. He tested it and found that it was quite sturdy. After slightly notching the end of the stick, he used a rope to tie the bone knife to the top. He made it into a long spear. With this, Harry became more confident. At the very least, it was a lot longer and could stab those monsters from afar. After he finished making the weapon, Harry did not waste the remaining wood on the cage. He broke them up and tied them up on his back. He took out one of them and made it into a torch to light up the cage. After the raging flames burned, the range of the light was several times greater than the oil lamp. With such a large torch, the creatures who were used to the darkness would be afraid if he wanted to sneak attack. After making all these preparations, Harry started to explore the depths of the underground cave. But just as he was about to take a step, he heard a sound coming from above his head. Harry was shocked. He immediately extinguished the torch that he had just lit and hid himself in the darkness. He raised his head and looked at what was happening in the vertical cave above him. He felt that those natives might have come to check on him. If the torch was still burning, it would be difficult for them to see that he had left the cage. Harry saw two heads, one big and one small, sticking out. Callie, Little Muse. Harry was surprised when he saw who it was. "Ah, Harry, you are indeed down there." Callie was very surprised. After she and Little Muse entered this terrifying devil cave, they were very surprised to find that there was nothing terrifying in this cave. The entire cave wasn't very deep, and there were torches on both sides of the cave. After looking around, Callie did not see where Harry was. At first, Callie thought she had found the wrong cave. However, she soon found that the cover on the ground did not fit with the rest of the stone, and there was a rope wrapped around the top of the cover. It was obvious that there was another world underneath. She and Little Muse used all their strength to push the cover away. Sure enough, they found a cave below. Just as she was hesitating about whether Harry would be down there or if she should go down and look for him, Harry's movement came from below, making Callie pleasantly surprised. She shouted at Harry, "I will put down the rope right now and save you." "Okay, but be careful. This cave is very deep. Don't fall down," Harry reminded. He was even more excited. He did not expect the cover to be so heavy that he had no way out. Just as he was worrying about how to get out of this place, Callie appeared in time. If they were 2 minutes late, they would have missed Harry after he went into the depths of the cave. This was great. It was much better to go up the same way he had come down. The rope hung down from above. Harry was quite curious about how Callie and Little Muse managed to escape and find him, but he also knew that now was not the time to ask. It was not too late to talk about it in detail after going up. Throwing down the bundle of wooden sticks on his back, Harry grabbed the rope and began to climb up with all his might. Callie and Little Muse also tried to pull him up. Just as he climbed to the top, his head was already out. Before Harry could rejoice, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from outside the cave. "Not good. They are chasing us," Callie said nervously. "Who is it? The Mountain King?" Harry asked. "What should we do? There is only one exit in this cave. We have been blocked." Callie nodded and did not explain further. Harry knew how many subordinates the King of the Mountain had. He could not deal with them with just himself, Callie, and a child. "We found them here! Take them down!" yelled a guard. "Capture the murderer of the king!" shouted another. Harry saw that he could not wait to surrender, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Hold me!" Callie and Little Muse did not know what was going on, but they still subconsciously jumped into Harry's arms and tightly hugged him. The moment before the pursuers got close, Harry stomped his feet, grabbed the rope, and quickly landed. He brought Callie and Little Muse back to the cave below. The pursuers were obviously stunned when they saw them fall. Some of them even showed frightened expressions. The leader at the front saw Harry jump into the cave, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. You actually jumped into the devil's cave on your own accord." "Leader, are we still going to chase after him?" the subordinate beside him asked in a weak voice. "Do you dare to go down there?" The leader cursed. "I don't think that's a good idea." "That's right. Cut the rope and then use the stone to crush the cover," the leader ordered. The group of subordinates immediately started to move. They cut the rope that was suspended in the air and then covered it tightly with a stone to make it firm. Without the rope, it was impossible to climb up. Even if they climbed up, it was even more impossible to push open the cover again. Harry and the others were blocked in the underground cave. They looked up and saw that the cover had been blocked again. The light above had also disappeared. Harry let out a sigh. "I'm back here again." And this time, he really didn't have a chance to go up at all. It was simply impossible to return to the cave above without any reinforcements. Furthermore, the exit above their heads was firmly blocked. Harry recalled the screams of the pursuers and asked, Callie, did you really kill that king of the mountains? Harry did not expect Callie to have such a fierce side. Such a tough man was once a boxer, a person who tyrannized the wilderness. He actually died at the hands of Callie. It was unbelievable. Callie was still in shock as she lay in Harry's arms and nodded. I threw the electric batter into the water while he was bathing. Harry was speechless and silently mourned for the Mountain King for 2 seconds. Being electrocuted to death while soaking in the water, that feeling was probably very pleasurable. You two didn't fall, right? Harry patted their backs again and asked. No. I'm all right. Callie and Little Muse shook their heads at the same time. This was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Just now, something urgent happened. Harry slid down the rope very quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had come down once and knew the depth of the cave, Harry would have landed hard, possibly even breaking one or both of his legs. Now we are trapped here. What should we do? Callie asked, and then sniffed. She immediately vomited in disgust. What's the smell? Little Muse also did not feel any better and also started to vomit. It really stinks. It's like a rotten animal that died in the forest, Harry said helplessly. I'll light the torch. Don't be scared when you two see the things in front of you. The reason Harry wanted to warn Callie and Little Muse in advance was because they were girls after all, and Little Muse was only 8 or 9 years old. Without any mental preparation, something as shocking as these creatures would be hard for anyone to see for the first time. These things had a very disgusting appearance. Sure enough, when Harry lit up the torch and saw that there were a bunch of strange things lying under her feet, Callie was so scared that her entire body twitched. But she had always been calm. Although she was scared, she did not show it too clearly. As for Little Muse, Harry originally thought that this child would be scared to the point of screaming. When she saw the creatures lying on the ground, she was indeed shocked, but she immediately covered her mouth and stared at Harry with her big eyes. She asked in a low voice, Big brother, how did these goo die? Harry was very curious. What did Little Muse mean by goo? It seemed like Little Muse knew about these creatures. He replied, I killed them, and I also stabbed 2 of them to death. What does goo mean? What is the name of these things? Callie also felt very strange. She lowered her head and communicated with Little Muse in her native language. Then she said to Harry, Little Muse and the people here call these things goo. In our words, it is the demon infant. Harry frowned. Demon infant? These things live underground. How did Little Muse and the others know about them? Callie talked to Little Muse for a while and said, These people are sworn enemies with the natives here. They often sneak out from underground and attack the isolated natives. And they, Callie said and could not continue. Harry asked, What happens to them? These things like to eat people, and they like to eat them alive. Callie endured the discomfort and said, Harry frowned too. What kind of creature is this? Is it not human? Now that Harry and the others were trapped in this underground cave, they could not find a good way to get out for a while. Moreover, there were many so-called goo here, and it was also a danger that couldn't be ignored. Therefore, Harry wasn't in a hurry to explore the way. At the very least, he had to figure out the situation of these disgusting things first. Otherwise, if he brought the 2 girls into the depths of the cave and got ambushed, he wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Callie was also very curious when she heard Harry's question. As a genius scholar who liked to study, she naturally wanted to study this unknown creature. Unfortunately, there was no good way to study the bodies in this dark cave. Therefore, Callie could only endure the pungent smell and use a wooden stick to poke the corpses of these monsters. From time to time, she would even open their eyelids and pry open their mouths to take a look. Looking at it so closely, Harry, who was standing by the side and watching, was stunned. He hurriedly took out his wet towel and wrapped it around Callie's nose and mouth, then took out another wet towel and covered it for Little Muse. Little Muse very sensibly declined. Big brother, you should wear it. I don't need it. Harry smiled. This is for you. As for me, I am already used to it. In the beginning, Harry was indeed not used to this smell. However, after almost escaping and coming back for the second time, Harry found that he did not mind this smell much. He had already gotten used to this smell. Harry's heart was filled with sadness. Callie studied it for a while and finally stood up and said, This is undoubtedly a type of primate mammal. As for whether it is similar to the orangutan gene or the human gene, it is still hard to say now. Just from the appearance alone, I think that the latter is more likely, Harry said in surprise. What? This thing is some kind of early human. There's no mistake, right? I can see that each and every one of them is like an alien. Hallie shook her head and said, the genetic similarity does not necessarily reflect on the appearance, just my deductions. I am not sure yet. Harry smiled and said, I don't care whatever it is. Since they are already dead, let's not bother about them anymore. We need to find a way out of this cave. Hallie nodded. You are right. We do not have many resources with us. If we stay here for too long, we will be in danger. Harry smiled bitterly. But it is also very dangerous to walk forward. These things seem to be able to see things clearly in the darkness. We are naturally restricted in the underground cave. At this time, little Muse suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Big brother, you said you just stabbed 2 of them to death? Harry said, Yeah. Despite how small they have quite a lot of strength. It took a lot of effort to kill these 2. Little Muse continued to ask with a frightened expression, Then did these 2 howl before they died? Harry scratched his head and said, Yes, they screamed like banshees. It was a horrible noise. Little Muse was so scared that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He said to Harry, Big brother, let's leave this place as soon as possible. Why? Harry asked, puzzled. Before they die, they will shout for their companions and call for a large group of them. I think they will be here soon. Little Muse panicked. After hearing this, Harry remembered that he had heard wails coming from the depths of the cave, and his heart tightened. If it was really as Little Muse had said, then he would really have to run away quickly. Harry wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But the problem was that there was only one passage. No matter how he walked, it seemed like he would inevitably bump into a horde of those beasts. Therefore, Harry looked at Callie and asked, Callie, how many big firecrackers do you have in your bag? Callie said, 18. Harry murmured. Including my 12, there are a total of 30 of them. I'm going to stake it all. I'll just walk from here and blow them up when I meet them. Little Muse didn't know what big firecrackers were, but when she saw strange creatures lying on the floor, she had inexplicable respect for the big firecrackers that Harry had mentioned. To be able to beat a bunch of them to death, her new big brother is really amazing. Little Muse naturally placed the credit of the big firecrackers on Harry. In her eyes, only someone who kills this kind of goo could be called a great hero. Unfortunately, she didn't know how flustered Harry was when he first met these monsters. If Callie hadn't prepared the big firecrackers in advance, these monsters would have torn Harry apart and skinned him alive. Harry and the other 2 carried the special bone knives made with the help of the tribe. Therefore, Harry used the wooden sticks on the ground to make 2 long spears and gave them to Callie and Little Muse. When they entered the depths of the cave, they would use large firecrackers to open up a path when they met resistance. Those who had not been killed by the explosion, they would attack with their spears. After he finished preparing the equipment and carried the bundle of wood as fuel for the torch, Harry brought Callie and Little Muse and prepared to set off. He turned around and saw that Callie was still squatting on the ground and studying the dead monsters. Harry urged, Don't look anymore. What's there to study about these things that stink? Callie said, I want to bring one with me to carefully study this kind of creature. In this kind of underground dark environment, the cave dwellers are very strange. They belong to a species that has never been discovered and are very valuable for research. Harry was unconvinced. Callie, we are running for our lives now. It would be good if we could walk out alive. We won't have time to carry around a dead body. But this is really a very precious specimen, Callie said very regretfully. For someone who was focused on research, there was nothing more exciting than discovering a new species. Although Callie spent most of her time researching materials, electronics, and mechanical engineering, she also dabbled in biology and genetics. It was just that she rarely showed it because she did not need it. Now that she had encountered such a strange creature like these underground monsters, Callie really wanted to bring it back and study it properly. She found that this species seemed to be very sociable, and it seemed that its intelligence wasn't low either. Harry would not let her take such a smelly thing with them. Putting aside the fact that it was dead, it would be inconvenient to carry it around with her weight. Thus, Harry steeled his heart and pulled Callie forward. Callie took 2 steps and turned her head 3 times, unexpectedly revealing a reluctant look. Harry looked at her and could not help but laugh. That's enough. At most, when we're safe, I'll send someone to catch a few of them alive so that you can study them. Callie's eyes lit up. Will you keep your word? Of course I keep my word. Little Muse, who was listening to Callie and Harry, couldn't help but shiver. What kind of people were these? This kind of terrifying thing actually wanted to capture them alive? Muse thought. The three of them walked along the cave smoothly. They did not encounter any sneak attacks from any beasts. Although the cave was dark and damp, it was surprisingly not stuffy. Harry and Callie both determined that there must be another passageway leading to the outside. With this understanding, Harry and the other two were very excited. Originally, they were very pessimistic and thought that this cave only led deeper into the mountain. That would mean that there would be no way out. Now it seemed like as long as they searched carefully, they would definitely be able to walk out. However, good times did not last long. After walking along the winding passageway for a long time, the three of them finally encountered a fork in the road. The cave ahead was split into three separate corridors, and the interior was still pitch black without a single bit of light. Harry was a little disappointed. If there were too many branches in the cave, it would be as complicated as a maze. Testing each corridor individually could have them turn around and end up lost in the mountain. They had enough food for a while, but what was in the bag right now could last for 4 or 5 days. If they were to rest, they could take turns to rest and be on alert in order to prevent the creatures from jumping out and launching a sneak attack. But the most important thing was the light from the torch. The wood on Harry's back was used up very quickly as a torch. When the torch was used up, only the oil lamp in Harry and Callie's bag was left. The oil lamps would last a while as they consumed their fuel much slower than the torches. But at most, it would be used up in a day's time. Once the light was gone, then the three of them would become blind. That would be the most dangerous and fatal moment. Harry had been feeling strange along the way. He kept wondering why the beasts had not chosen to attack yet. It was as if he had never seen them before, causing him to think that he was hallucinating. Harry felt that there were always a lot of eyes staring at him in the dark where the torch could not reach. It made Harry feel very uncomfortable and scared. Now that they had encountered 3 separate tunnels, they would have to choose. If they had chosen the right path, they could walk out before the light ran out. Once they chose the wrong path and got lost in this dark underground maze, they would truly be doomed beyond redemption. At this time, Harry did not dare to make a random choice or simply try his luck. This was a big matter that concerned the life and death of the 3 of them, and they had to be careful. Therefore, Harry decided to let Callie voice her opinion. "Which path do you think is suitable?" Harry asked. Callie was very confused and asked, "Why did you ask me?" Harry spread his hands. "You are a bookworm. You might be able to tell which path leads to the outside. Can you?" However, Callie did not give him any face. "Sorry, I can't." "You can't joke around at this time," Harry said helplessly. Callie shook her head. "There is no obvious difference between the 3 tunnels. There is no obvious sign of airflow either. Maybe there is, but I can't detect any subtle flow, so I can't make a decision." Harry could only continue to think of a way. The 3 of them had to stay together. Otherwise, once they were separated, those who were alone would definitely be eaten by those monsters. Just as Harry was in a dilemma, a strange howl suddenly came from a cave. Along with the sound, the strange movements could be heard behind them. Harry was shocked. There was only one path that they had taken just now. There was no fork in the road. Where did these monsters come from? Was it really as Little Muse had said? These things appeared and disappeared unpredictably? Harry thought. After a short while, strange howls could be heard from another fork in the road. It was followed by a rumbling sound. Judging from the sound, it was obvious that there were quite a number of strange creatures coming after them. This time, Harry didn't have to make a decision. There was only one path that did not have any noise. Only one path was quiet. He didn't have to worry about choosing that path anymore. They had already made a decision for Harry. Without any hesitation, Harry immediately pulled Callie and Little Muse into the tunnel in the middle. In order to get away from the creatures, the 3 of them ran all the way. In the middle of the tunnel, they even fell a few times due to the wet floor. However, not long after they ran, Harry bitterly discovered that they had encountered the worst situation. This underground cave was indeed incomparably complicated. There were all kinds of diverged tunnels everywhere. Not long after they immediately ran into another fork in the road. This time, there were 4 separate tunnels. However, Harry did not have to worry about choosing carefully anymore. The creatures kept chasing after them. The sound of these things could be heard from several forks in the road. He could only choose to keep running down the tunnel that did not have any noise. Through this new path, they came to another 5 paths. Harry felt like he was going crazy. Now it was impossible for Harry to go back the way he came because after going through these few paths, he could no longer remember which path he took. He could only bite the bullet and continue going deeper. As for whether he could escape or not, whether he could live or die depended on luck. If he really ran to a dead end, they would catch up to them from behind. Harry had made up his mind to kill as many of these creatures. He had been chased all the way. He had no idea how far he had run and how many paths he had taken. In any case, this underground cave maze successfully made Harry lose his sense of direction. Harry wasn't sure if he was running in circles or not, but he was running anyway, avoiding those strange things running after them. Callie was out of breath as she panted. Harry wasn't any better. He was also sweating profusely. Little Muse was a little better. After all, this child grew up in an Aboriginal tribe. She had been running all over the place since she was young. She also had talent in terms of physical strength. Harry felt that it was not possible to continue running like this. It was very difficult for him to confirm whether he was running in circles in this underground maze. If that was really the case, even if he ran to his death, he would not be able to leave this place. If he continued running like this, it wouldn't take long for the three of them to be exhausted. No matter how good little Muse's condition was, she was still a child after all. Right now she was panting heavily, as if she couldn't hold on any longer. "No, we can't run like this for much longer," Harry said while breathing heavily. "But those things are right behind us." Callie was also not able to catch her breath. At this time, little Muse pointed in front of him and said in surprise, "Big brother, sister, I think I saw a light in front of me." "What?" said Harry. "Really?" said Callie. Harry and Callie looked up in surprise. There was light, which meant they were headed outside. It also meant that they were about to leave this place. Harry carefully looked over and found that in the darkness far away, there was a vague light. It was probably because of the distance. That was why if he stood in his position and looked over, he wouldn't be able to see it if he didn't look carefully. It was only because little Muse was more careful and had good eyesight that she was able to see this undetectable light. Harry was excited and pulled the two of them, saying, "Come on, let's get out of this horrid place." "Wait," Callie stopped him. "Hmm? What's wrong?" Harry looked at her in confusion. Callie said faintly, "When we fell into this underground cave, it was still midnight, right?" "Yes." "Then do you think that we have already run here for the entire night and it is already dawn outside?" Callie directly threw out the question. Harry was stunned. Indeed, they were exhausted from running just now, but it was not as exaggerated as running for the whole night. Perhaps moonlight or starlight could also illuminate a certain area. Moreover, in this pure black underground, as long as there was a bit of light, it would be very obvious. But Harry looked carefully and saw that the blurry light in front of him was not natural white light. Instead, it was a kind of faint blue light. Other than artificial light sources, natural sunlight and moonlight did not have this kind of color. Harry became alert. In this strange underground cave, strange things happened one after another. He had to be extremely careful. "Do you want to go to the front and take a look?" Callie asked. "I think it's better to be careful. Shall we change the route?" Harry did not want to take the risk. In an unknown place, every choice had to be carefully made. However, little Muse, who was standing in front of Harry and on guard, pointed behind him and said, "Big brother, sister, they have caught up." "What?" Harry turned pale with fright. When Harry turned around to look, he was shocked to find what was behind him. A large group of dark shadows blocked Harry's path of retreat. This time, they had quietly approached. In other words, these things could perfectly blend into the dark environment. It wouldn't make any noise. He had been tricked. This was the voice in Harry's heart. An intuition told him that these had purposely made a sound earlier and had deliberately chased the three of them into this passageway. Therefore, to the front, they must have some intention to force Harry to continue forward. And now, these beasts squeezed together stared at Harry and the other two with ferocious looks on their faces. However, because the torch in Harry's hand was still burning, it seemed to make them feel very afraid. That was why they stopped moving forward and waited quietly. Perhaps they had to wait until the moment the torch was extinguished. Perhaps it was to force Harry and the others to continue walking forward, to achieve some kind of secret goal that Harry did not know about. The situation could not be tolerated. Harry could not make up his mind for a moment. In the end, he had to use a large firecracker to blow up these monsters and return the way he came, or should he save his strength and go towards the unknown light ahead? Harry did not have time to think about the pros and cons. He quickly made a decision. The number of these monsters was unknown. He could not tell how many there were. It was hard to tell if the big firecrackers in his hands were enough. Therefore, it was a risky move to kill his way out. He continued to walk forward and see what the blue light was. After making up his mind, Harry pulled Callie and Little Muse and walked forward firmly. What surprised Harry was that the monsters behind them still followed step by step. After that, they gradually stopped, as if there was a red line on the ground that stopped them. They were unwilling to chase after Harry anymore. This situation was very strange, but Harry had no time to think about it, because the light ahead was getting brighter. They were in shock at what they had stumbled upon. Sure enough, this was not an exit. What appeared in front of them was a wide underground space. It was not man-made, but naturally formed. This space was about 20 meters tall, and it was shaped like a football. The depth was about 70 to 80 meters, and the widest was 40 to 50 meters. There was nothing strange about the underground space here, and the natural terrain of the cave was not uncommon either. The key was that in this space there were stones emitting blue light everywhere. What was even more shocking was that many of the stones were floating in the air. Without any support, they just floated in the air, emitting a faint blue light. Seeing this scene, Harry almost bit off his tongue, thinking that he had arrived in space. There were countless glowing stones in front of him, big and small. The big ones were the size of a basketball, and the small ones were the size of rice grains. Just like that, they floated and rotated in this space, like a nebula in the universe. It was like a dream. What is this place? After a long time, Harry finally found his voice and asked a question. Callie did not say a word and slowly walked inside. Seeing this situation, Harry pulled her back. "What are you doing? Don't be rash," Harry said solemnly. Callie said as if she had lost her soul. "Superconductivity levitation. I never knew they could occur naturally like this." Harry could understand superconductivity suspension, but he could not understand it. The only thing he knew was that Callie must have found something extraordinary, which was why she became so excited. "Don't be agitated. Let's slowly observe whether it is safe inside before going in." Harry still pulled Callie and did not let her go in. As for Little Muse, she made Harry worry. This child had been stunned on the spot for a long time. It was as if she had seen the most beautiful thing in the world, and a dazed look appeared on her face. She muttered to herself, "So beautiful. This place is so beautiful." Harry pulled Callie, put out the torch, and looked inside carefully. Because of these glowing stones, he no longer needed the torch to illuminate the place. He did not know why. These stones would light up, and the light they emitted was even brighter than the light. Countless stones illuminated this underground space in detail. With a single glance, he could see everything. After discovering that there was nothing else inside other than these strange stones, Harry felt relieved and walked in with Callie and Little Muse. Harry was looking around the large area. Although Reflecting Moon Island was also a magical place compared to this place, it had its own merits. The two of them were equally matched. However, in Harry's opinion, this place was actually a little more wonderful. In Callie's eyes, it had gradually become fanatical. Superconductivity materials. There are actually superconductivity materials that are naturally formed. Oh my god, oh my god. Callie, who had always been calm and composed, actually lost her composure at this moment. Looking at these glowing stones, it was as if she was looking at the most wonderful thing in the world. Callie, wake up! What exactly is going on?" Harry shook Callie's shoulder and asked. Callie finally came back to her senses after Harry shook her violently. She said excitedly, "This is the biggest discovery in the world. The fusion power I'm going to make is waiting for a breakthrough like this." Harry was stunned for a moment, and then he gradually became happy. From the beginning, Callie's goal was to build practical fusion power generation technology. However, there was a problem that couldn't be solved. The fusion binding device needed superconducting materials. The superconductors she would need had to be able to withstand a lot of heat and pressure. The superconductors that could be manufactured could only be used at an extremely low temperature. It was simply unable to be used in conventional ways. Therefore, the superconducting material at a constant temperature was the core problem to completing fusion power generation. This problem has troubled the top scientists in the world for decades. There was no sign of a solution. And now, Harry and the others actually found a superconductive material with a constant temperature in this underground cave. This was simply a miracle. Callie wasn't the only one who wanted to be able to realize the application of fusion power. If they could successfully bring these stones away from this place, in the future, the artificial sun created by the fusion reaction would be shining with incomparable brilliance under Harry's support. This was another technology that could change the world. Harry was also excited. He did not expect to earn so much money with this technology. Instead, he thought about how humanity would no longer need to worry about energy consumption in the future. With fusion power, the energy supply was almost inexhaustible. Harry and Callie would become the pioneers of mankind's progress. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack it in your bag. Just fill as much as you can. Harry was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He was just about to reach out his hand when he was stopped by Callie. Don't move, there is radiation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Harry looked at the stone in his hand and dropped it quickly. Any ore that was glowing had some form of radiation which could be either strong or weak. The ore in Harry's hand also emitted radiation. After hearing Callie's warning, Harry was so scared that he let go and threw the stones out. But the strange thing was that the stones stayed in the air when Harry tried throwing the rocks. Such a strange scene shocked Harry. He felt that this place was really too strange. Why is it floating like this? Harry asked curiously. Callie pulled him back a little bit and said, these floating stones should be some kind of unknown ore, and they have superconductivity under normal temperature. Then why are they floating in the air? Harry was puzzled. Because there is a magnetic field here, Callie said. There was a strange magnetic field around the mountain. Callie had noticed this long ago. No matter what kind of compass or GPS it would all malfunction if it was used around the mountain. Electronic devices would lose their function here. That was why, after so many years, there were countless people who could not leave after entering Savage Mountain. And the center of the abnormal magnetic field was this cave with all the glowing rocks. Otherwise, these superconducting ores would not be floating in the air, creating such a rare spectacle. Callie explained to Harry while checking his body condition. Fortunately, these superconducting ores did not belong to the strong radiation type, so Harry did not feel uncomfortable. Putting down his worries, Harry began to think about what had happened here. Why did those monsters chase them here? What was even stranger was why they did not dare to follow them into the room. Callie, on the other hand, had already started to collect the ores. Harry was so scared that he hurriedly stopped her. Didn't you say they were radioactive? Why do you still want to collect them? Callie was indifferent. She said lightly, it's fine. Didn't you touch it just now? This isn't the same thing, okay? I only touched it a little. You want to keep it in your equipment bag for a long time. Harry frowned. Callie shook her head. We need to bring a few pieces back and analyze them. These ores are rare specimens. Through analyzing the internal atomic arrangement structure, we might be able to synthesize and produce them in the future. There seemed to be a lot of superconducting ores in this cave, but the actual scale was not much. In order to complete a practical fusion reactor, the number of superconducting materials needed was too much. It wasn't something that could be satisfied with the ore here. Callie also believed that there weren't many natural materials in this world that could be used to produce superconducting ores at a constant temperature. It was hard to say whether they would be able to discover these things now. If they did not bring some with them and go back to analyze it, they might not even be able to find this cave the next time they came to the mountain. In other words, if she missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to encounter it again in the future. Therefore, even if there was radiation, Callie did not care. Anyway, it was just a weak radioactive ore. If she could receive treatment quickly, it would not be a big problem. Only by synthesizing this kind of ore in the future could she provide large amounts of superconducting materials needed for the fusion reactor. Harry saw Callie come down and helplessly pulled her hand. Then let me do it. Don't move. Anyway, I have already touched these ores. As he spoke, he opened his backpack and put the medium-sized ores into it. Callie stood by the side and watched carefully. She pointed at the suitable ores for Harry, and the purity was higher. Just like that, she picked up a bag full of ores. If it was placed in such a large number of ores, it would definitely be very heavy. Carrying them on his back would definitely be a burden. However, in this underground cave, these ores were originally floating. Thinking about this, it would not weigh him down like he thought. Instead, when Harry carried the bag on his back, the rocks began to float and almost made him feel lighter. Such a miraculous ore also made Harry interested. Picking up Little Muse, he placed her on top of the bag. Little Muse was only a 7 or 8-year-old child and was a little heavy. After riding on his backpack, she flew up. Such a miraculous situation made Little Muse laugh. Harry and Callie also smiled. They had risked their lives to escape in this underground cave. Now they finally had a moment of relief. Unfortunately, they still had no idea how to get out. They could not see any other tunnel in this underground cave. he still couldn't find an exit. Just as the three of them relaxed a little, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. "What's wrong? Is there an earthquake?" Harry turned pale with fright. It was not a good sign to have an earthquake here. They were in an underground cave and it was naturally formed. There was no reinforced structure of artificial materials. Once an earthquake occurred, the entire cave would collapse, and they would be buried here alive. Little Muse was floating in the air above Harry's backpack, but she did not feel any vibration. However, she could see that the floating oars in the underground cave were also shaking. Harry and Callie quickly looked around, trying to find a safe place. Unfortunately, there was no safe place in the cave. If it really collapsed, there was no place to hide. "It doesn't seem to be an earthquake. The tremors are too light," Callie said in puzzlement. No? Harry had just finished speaking when he saw the ground in the middle of the cave suddenly ripple. Ripples appeared on the hard ground like water. In a moment, a pile of dirt appeared in the middle of the ripples. Then the dirt continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Something is coming out of the ground," Callie said. Of course, Harry could see it too, but he was not surprised. In this underground space, it wasn't strange for him to encounter anything. However, out of caution, he still pulled Callie and Little Muse back continuously. The speed at which the pile of dirt increased in size became faster and faster until there was a loud bang. The dirt and stones scattered in all directions. A long living creature rushed out from the ground. It was a monster that Harry had never seen before. It only existed in his imagination. It had a snake-like body, but it also looked like a super large earthworm. It was about 2.5 meters in diameter. There was a large mouthpart on its head, and there were countless layers of sharp teeth in it. Its body was covered with triangular scales. As part of the monster's body was still buried in the ground, Harry couldn't see how long it was. However, just by looking at the length of its body, he could see that it was more than 10 meters long. They were all stunned. Especially Little Muse. She directly knelt down on the ground, her head heavily pressed against the hard and cold rock, and muttered, "Divine Spirit, spare us! Divine Spirit, spare us! We have no intention of offending you." Harry did not understand what the little girl said, but Callie reacted. Previously in Little Muse's tribe, she had been very concerned about the god that the tribe worshipped. On the stone altar in the tribe, there was a giant snake made of clay. That was the deity that the people of Little Muse's tribe feared and worshipped. Callie used to think that it was a snake, but now it seemed that it was not. It was the monster in front of her. After this huge monster rushed out of the ground, it opened its mouth and instantly swallowed a lot of the glowing rocks. After swallowing them, it actually extended its ferocious and terrifying mouth toward Harry and the other two. Harry's heart suddenly tightened. If he was eaten by this thing, the three of them would be torn apart under the countless teeth before they could even reach its throat. Although this unknown monster was large, its movements were not clumsy at all. It opened its mouth and attacked Harry and the other two with lightning speed. Luckily, Harry was not completely scared silly. He pulled Callie, who was thinking of something, and picked up Little Muse, who was kowtowing on the ground. He kicked with all his strength, and in the nick of time he dodged the attack of this monster. Because of the dodging movement, the three of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were able to dodge the countless flying rocks. After the huge monster did not eat the three of them, it followed the momentum and crashed into the rock wall of the cave. What surprised Harry was that under such a huge impact, the monster was not injured at all. It even broke open a new tunnel in the rock wall. The monster didn't even turn its head. It just bit down on the wall and left through the newly dug tunnel. Along the way, the earth and stones were rolling and rumbling. The entire underground space was constantly shaking and making people unable to stand stably. When the shaking gradually calmed down, Harry estimated that the monster had also run far away. Only then did he stand up. He also helped Callie and Little Muse up. Looking at the brand new cave, the shock in Harry's heart could not be calmed down at all. Now he finally knew how this underground maze was formed. It was actually the trajectory left behind after the monster moved through the ground. Harry was also very curious about the existence of such a huge unknown monster in this place. But now, it was obvious that he wasn't investigating how this thing appeared. The existence of such a thing was 10,000 times more dangerous than those cave-dwelling monsters. It wasn't a good idea to stay here any longer. If that thing turned around, perhaps the three of them would become food. Harry finally understood why those monsters wanted to drive them here. He guessed that these monsters also regarded this monster as a god and worshipped it. They also treated Harry and the other two as sacrifices. Callie got up, patted the mud off her body, and said, "Let's go through this new tunnel." Harry was stunned for a moment. Why? This big thing had just passed by here. Isn't it very dangerous for us to follow it? Callie shook her head and said, "No, it's the opposite. This monster's body is huge. It can't possibly turn around quickly." Harry thought for a moment and understood. The bigger the body, the more inflexible it became. Although this monster's speed is very fast, in this kind of underground environment, turning around is incredibly difficult. Following behind it was indeed the safest method, but there was still a very big problem. The three of them were going to leave this underground space. It was safe to follow behind the monster for the time being, but if they kept walking like this, it definitely wouldn't be possible. What if the monster was moving towards the depths of the earth? Wouldn't the three of them be even further away from the ground? Harry voiced out the doubts in his heart, but Callie pointed to the newly appeared tunnel and said, "It won't be. This monster is moving upwards." Harry looked in the direction Callie was pointing at. As expected, because the ground was wet, there were traces of water in the new cave. At this moment, these traces of water that could be ignored if one did not look carefully were flowing in the opposite direction of the monster's movement. Due to the influence of gravity, the water was flowing toward the glowing rock room. Based on the current water traces, it was easy to tell that the new tunnel was heading toward the ground. Harry's eyes lit up, and his heart became excited. Finally, there is a hope of leaving. Let's hurry up and leave. As he spoke, he carried his backpack and pulled Callie and little Muse into the cave. As they walked, they observed the traces of water that appeared along the way, and found that they were indeed walking up. Harry was even more delighted in his heart. He was no longer worried that the monster would change direction and move underground. As for why the monster ran towards the surface, this was not something Harry could know. Anyway, as long as he could follow it out of this place, it would be great. After being stuck in this underground space for such a long time, Harry had long wanted to go out and take a breath of fresh air. Just like that, he walked along the narrow slope for an unknown period of time. Looking back, he could no longer see the underground space where the superconducting ore had appeared, and the place ahead was even more remote. The range of the torch's illumination was limited, and Harry did not know how long he would need to walk before he could see the sky. The efficiency of the monster digging holes. If he could tame this thing, he would not need to pay a lot of money for great underground infrastructure. If he placed this thing in the mountains, it wouldn't take long for him to dig a wide tunnel. Harry could not help but think of this unrealistic idea. One look, and one could tell that this thing was brainless. It was impossible to tame it just by controlling its instincts. As he walked, Harry also asked little Muse about the god she was kneeling to. After figuring out a lot of information, it turned out that this thing had already existed in Savage Mountain. It was a god worshipped by all the natives, but it was very hard to see it on the surface. However, according to the legends passed down by the natives, as long as this thing appeared, it represented the arrival of a disaster. Harry naturally snorted in contempt when he heard this. It was just that the natives were ignorant. Besides the size of the monster, its destructive power seemed to be huge, but in front of a modern firearm it might not be that formidable. No matter how hard the scales on its body were, Harry was positive it could not stop an armor-piercing round. If one couldn't pierce the scales, then two. If two did not work, then tens of thousands. It's just that I didn't react in time. Now that I think about it, if I threw all the big firecrackers on me into the mouth of this monster, I would have taken care of it just now. Harry patted the firecrackers that were tied up into a pile on his body and said, that was why Harry regretted not killing this monster in time. Callie, on the other hand, disagreed. If we had blown it up just now, we wouldn't have been able to leave the cave now. Harry smiled and nodded. That's true. I forgot that it dug this hole. Whether we can leave the cave or not, we still have to rely on this monster. They continued walking for about half an hour. Harry was about to finish burning the torch in his hand. Just as he was about to take out new wood to change, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. With a whoosh, the torch that was gradually weakening was extinguished. Harry raised his head in shock and looked forward. Only then did he realize that there was already a faint light in front of him. At this moment, the air blew past them in a rush, taking away the damp and rotten smell in the cave. The fresh and comfortable air made Harry feel that there was no more wonderful enjoyment in the world. They finally saw the hope of leaving. They had reached the end of the tunnel. Hurry up! Hurry up! We are about to leave, Harry said in surprise. Without saying anything, he pulled Callie and Little Muse and ran into the rushing air. The light ahead was getting clearer, and they could already see the bright moonlight outside. When they reached the cave entrance, Harry suppressed his excitement and did not rush out. Instead, he held his breath and hid in the tunnel, carefully looking outside. This was the place where the monster had just passed by. And the outside was no longer the narrow underground space they were traveling in. He had to be on guard against the monster's ambush. After carefully observing for a while, Harry discovered that this tunnel entrance was located at the bottom of a valley's rock wall. Going out was the bottom of the valley, and the surroundings were still lush with vegetation. Even the rock wall was covered with all kinds of vines and plants. Little Muse, do you know where this is? Harry turned around and asked. Little Muse looked at the situation outside in confusion and shook her head very quickly. Harry sighed. He didn't expect a child to be able to recognize this place. Although Little Muse was a native here, the range of activity of a little girl was still limited. Then let's be careful when we go out. Try not to make too much noise, Harry instructed. Callie nodded and also said, be gentle when walking. The huge monster was active in the rocks and soil all year round. Obviously, it did not have vision, but just because it did not have vision did not mean that it could not sense anything. Perhaps this monster used vibration to detect things on the ground. Although it was quiet outside, there was no trace of that thing. However, Harry did not dare to be careless. What if that thing just lay quietly on the ground and did not move? In a while, if the three of them were careless and were ambushed, they would die in an instant. After walking out of the cave, Harry did not intend to continue using the torch. Although it was still night outside, lighting the torch in the dense forest was inconvenient. The three of them carefully advanced forward, avoiding the branches that might make a sound if they stepped on them. Looking at the sky, Harry estimated that it should be around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It was the darkest time of the night. However, the advantage was that it was almost dawn. When it was dawn, their speed would increase, and they would be able to sense the danger in the surroundings more clearly. Just like that, they proceeded forward without knowing what was going on. They did not encounter the monster just now. Looking at the crushed plants on the ground, Harry also determined that the thing was heading in a certain direction. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't have to worry too much. The three of them ran into a small river on the way and decided to go down the river. They walked out of the valley and came to the edge of a waterfall. Harry found that they were still on a higher ground, because standing at the top of the waterfall, they were suddenly enlightened. With the help of the moonlight, they could clearly see the endless rainforest in front of them. And not far away was actually the village of the previous king of the mountains. What shocked Harry even more was that at this moment, the village was in a sea of fire, and above the village was a huge airship. Several searchlights were lit in the cabin of the airship. The light beams swept back and forth on the ground. In the village below, countless people were fighting. This scene stunned Harry. It had only been one night, but the village was already in chaos. Harry couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. Obviously, there would never be any airships in a primitive village like Savage Mountain. The only possibility was that they had come in from the outside. That airship might be here to save us, or it might be those people from the Hugh family who came to capture us. Should we go and check it out? Harry asked with uncertainty. Callie also had a hard time making the decision. She said, what I'm curious about now is, why are they fighting? The intense battle in the village also made people puzzled. However, the person who said it did not have the intention to listen. Harry thought of something that Callie did not consider. His eyes lit up. My men and the people from the Hugh family are here, otherwise they would not have started fighting. At this moment in the village, even Harry could hear them. The sounds of various weapons firing were very frequent. Obviously, the villages didn't have modern weapons. If it was only Harry's subordinates or the people of the Hugh family, the natives wouldn't be able to cause such a big commotion. It wouldn't take so much effort to fight off the natives. It would be a massacre. And now, with such an intense exchange of fire, it could only mean that both sides had weapons. Fighting with each other would cause such a huge commotion. Let's go and meet up with them. Harry immediately made a decision in his excitement. He pulled Callie and Little Muse along and walked towards the bottom of the waterfall. In fact, the situation in the village was exactly what Harry had guessed. It was indeed June who had found them, as well as the people from the Hugh family. After June entered the wilderness, The people she led were divided into a dozen or so teams. As there was no way to communicate in the wilderness, the teams all acted on their own. Luckily, June accidentally discovered the small village that Harry had stayed in before. She directly drove the airship and hovered in the sky above the village. The natives in the village had never seen such a huge mechanical flying beast. They were so scared that they fell to the ground and did not dare to get up. They thought it was the descent of a god. June, who came to the village, could not communicate with these natives because of the language barrier. Fortunately, she saw some resources left behind by Harry and Callie. New modern items had appeared in these primitive tribes. June knew that Harry had stayed here. She finally understood that Harry and the others were taken away. June, who was both angry and anxious, immediately returned to the airship and followed the direction that the natives had pointed at to find the village of the King of the Mountains. However, as soon as she arrived, she found that the people from the Hugh family had also found the village. However, these people from the Hugh family had come from another direction. They had accidentally encountered the village of the Mountain King. After communicating with the leaders here, they found out about Harry's whereabouts. The people of the Hugh family were naturally overjoyed. After searching for so long, they finally found a clue about Harry. Unfortunately, before they could rejoice for too long, they found out that Harry and Callie were locked in the Devil Cave that the natives feared. According to the natives, those who entered the Devil Cave wouldn't come out alive. Immediately, the people of the Hugh family became anxious. They had come here to find Harry and capture him alive. The death of Harry was also a loss to the Hugh family, and they couldn't accept it. Just as they were about to bring more people to investigate the Devil Cave, June arrived. The huge airship flying in the sky was very obvious, and the people of the Hugh family naturally knew that it was Harry's subordinates who had found it. They immediately opened fire at the airship. They could not let Harry's men get ahead of them and save Harry. Losing Harry as a hostage was a fatal threat to the Hugh family. Therefore, the two groups of people immediately got into a fight. The battle was intense from the beginning. June followed the clues and found them. She didn't expect that the people of the Hugh family would appear here so soon. Before she could figure out what was going on, whether Harry was there or not, they had already been attacked by the Hugh family. The 11 bionic humans beside her jumped down from a few dozen meters high from the sky. The machines landed in the middle of the village. The enemies started a massacre. Although the people of Hugh family carried a large number of weapons with them, it was obvious that they were powerless to deal with a terrifying existence like the bionic humans. The battle turned one-sided, as the bionic humans ripped through the Hugh family as if they were not even there. They were forced to retreat in defeat. Unfortunately, this turn did not last long. When June's side had the upper hand, the ground suddenly shook. An unknown strong magnetic interference appeared. It was thousands of times more powerful than the interference they knew would come from the mountain. Although the bionic human's body was covered with a material that could block the interference, it was still an electronic machine in the end. The sudden strong magnetic interference immediately made the dozen or so bionic humans slow down. Their movements became sluggish. It was fatal to the intense battle situation right now. The people of the Hugh family seized the opportunity and started to fight back. They immediately turned the situation around and forced the bionic humans to retreat. Fortunately, June was still on the airship using long-range heavy weapons to support them, barely managing to maintain their position. With such a huge disparity in numbers, it wouldn't be a problem if the combat strength of the bionic human didn't decrease. But now, due to the interference of unknown magnetic forces, the combat strength of the bionic human had decreased. Fortunately, after fighting for so long, June could tell that the people from the Hugh family had not found Harry. Otherwise, the Hugh family would have already used Harry as a hostage and threatened his life to make June stop. This situation made June happy and worried. She was happy that Harry did not fall into the hands of the Hugh family. She was worried that Harry was not here. Those natives had clearly said that they had been taken to this village, but now they were nowhere to be seen. An uneasy feeling lingered in June's heart. She was afraid that she would find out that Harry had been killed by the indigenous people of this village. The moment this thought appeared in her mind, it made June tremble with fear. What June didn't know was that before she arrived here, the people of the Hugh family had already promised the leaders of this village great wealth. As long as the tribe brought them to the Devil Cave to find Harry, the family would bring these leaders out of the mountain and reward them with a large amount of money, allowing them to live a wealthy life. Most of the leaders here came here to hide and had no choice but to stay here and follow him. The previous king of the mountains had been running and used this leverage to keep them in the forest. Now that there was a chance to leave, they were tempted to take the money. Furthermore, the people of the Hugh family had promised to reward them with a large sum of money. Thus, the current situation was that they followed the Hugh family to deal with June. June's combat strength had decreased, and she was surrounded by two groups of people. But even if it was going to be a bloody defeat, she did not want to retreat. Harry had disappeared in Savage Mountain. It was not easy for her to find clues, so of course she could not back down. Once she was chased away by the people of the Hugh family, no matter what Harry's current situation was, she would lose the initiative. Harry, Callie, and Little Muse walked in the rainforest, stumbling as they approached the village. As Harry did not know that the airship in the sky was driven by June, he did not dare to get too close. He could only observe the situation inside the village carefully. When he saw the people from the village attacking the bionic humans together with those from the Hugh family, Harry was stunned for a moment. When he saw the airship flying toward the people of the Hugh family, Harry finally understood the situation. He immediately took out a large firecracker, lit it, and threw it into the sky. After an explosion, there was no response. Now the village was in chaos, and all kinds of weapons were exploding. On the airship, June continuously fired at the ground. A relatively weak explosion outside the village did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle in the village. Harry threw a firecracker at the sky outside. To the people fighting in the village, it was just a tiny bit of light. According to the number of people, the Hugh family should have an absolute advantage over them. However, they were suppressed from the beginning of the battle. 11 bionic humans were basically invulnerable to their weapons. All kinds of light weapons were able to hit them without any injuries, and using large caliber weapons was only able to temporarily repel them. Therefore, when the battle started, the people of the Hugh family suffered a great loss without understanding the situation, and they suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, the situation turned for the better soon, and the formidable attack of the bionic human was mysteriously interrupted. The Hugh family's side didn't know that it was because of the strong magnetic interference, so instead of taking advantage of this opportunity, they maintained their defensive positions. Even though the combat strength of the bionic human had been greatly reduced, these people didn't dare to rush over and fight back. As June's side was using heavy weapons to support the bionic human on the airship, they also attracted fire from the Hugh family. Although the airship was flying in the sky, its defense was very weak. In order not to be shot down, June emptied 2 magazines from her large weapon. Then she controlled the airship to fly higher. June could only try her best to avoid the range of the other party's shots. When June gave up on attacking the village and started to control the airship, her field of vision became wider. Although the periphery of the village was dark, Harry did not just throw one firecracker. He continued to throw firecrackers into the sky under Callie's help to expose their position, hoping to attract the attention of the airship in the air. However, what Harry did not expect was that the airship had attracted the monster in the ground. First, the ground shook violently, and a pile of dirt suddenly appeared on the ground, then quickly wriggled. Such a big movement naturally attracted Harry's attention. When he turned around, he was shocked. "This thing came back. It's haunting me," Harry shouted. Callie saw that the pile of dirt was coming toward them. Needless to say, she knew that there was a terrifying monster under the pile of dirt. She decisively said, "Use the big firecrackers that we tied together to blow it up." Under these circumstances, Harry did not have time to hesitate. He took out the big firecrackers that he had prepared beforehand from his backpack. He focused his attention and waited for the monster to come out of the ground and throw it into the gaping maw. Harry did not know why the monster attacked the 3 of them. There were so many people in the village, but it did not go over to such a big commotion. It had to go after Harry. The mound was still moving quickly. After a while, it suddenly stopped and became quiet again. Harry did not dare to lower his guard. This monster was huge and could still move in the ground. If he was not careful, he would definitely die without knowing how it happened. This kind of monster that could run underground was indeed not easy to deal with. Because of the cover of the ground, any attack would be powerless against it. Only at the moment when the monster broke out of the ground and launched an attack would it be effective in attacking its fatal weakness. Harry was waiting for this moment, for the monster to break out of the ground. However, the surroundings were still silent. After a while, Harry suddenly realized that the bag on his back had become lighter. This package contained a bag of superconductivity ores that he and Callie had collected. When they were in the previous underground space, they would float in the air. They could even carry people with their magnetism. However, after leaving the underground space, they would be like ordinary ores and become incomparably heavy once again. Moreover, they were much heavier than ordinary oars. Harry could hardly carry them. However, the oars on his back had inexplicably become lighter. Harry thought about it carefully and felt that this oar would only float when it encountered a strong magnetic field. It could only be explained by the sudden appearance of a strong magnetic field nearby, but there would be changes in the magnetic field, but it would not be so fast. Therefore, the only explanation was that the huge monster was currently under their feet. After this thought flashed through Harry's mind for a moment, he shouted, "Dodge!" After saying that, he pulled Callie and little Muse up and jumped to the side with all his strength. Fortunately, the package on Harry's back not only became lighter, but it also started to float up, creating a pulling force. This way, even if Harry grabbed the two of them and jumped out, he would be able to leap a great distance. He used the power of the superconducting ore to jump a very long distance, and before Harry could jump out and land on the ground that he had been standing on seemed to have been blown up. A huge amount of earth and rocks sprayed into the sky, and a huge figure drilled out of the ground. If they were a second late, Harry and the others would have been swallowed by this monster. After the monster came out of the ground, not only did it cause a huge tremor and roar on the ground, even the monster itself opened its mouth wide and howled toward the sky. The loud sound echoed in the surroundings, and even the intense sounds of battle in the village were suppressed. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and they were all stunned. The people of the Hugh family had never seen such a huge monster before. They had never even heard of it. They were all scared silly. They had even forgotten about the battle. They just stared blankly at the monster that broke out of the ground. As for the natives in the village, they directly threw down the weapons in their hands and knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing. June also saw this scene from the sky. A huge black shadow came out from the ground. Its huge body was more than 20 meters long. What was more shocking was that the 20-meter-long shadow was still exposed on the ground. As for what was hidden under the ground, that was even more shocking. No one could tell how long the beast actually was. Harry was not stunned. He had seen this monster before. Now, he held up the big firecrackers that he had prepared beforehand. After quickly lighting them up, he aimed at the monster's mouth and, Harry thought, if I could throw it into the monster's mouth and cause an explosion inside its body, I'm not sure I'd blow this monster up. But at the very least, it would cause serious injuries to the monster. Because no matter how hard the scales covering its body were, the monster's body would have to have soft tissues. If the explosives were to be detonated within its body, it would be seriously injured. "Go!" Harry shouted. He threw the firecracker at the monster's mouth. The firecrackers were about to fall into the monster's mouth. However, the monster seemed to have sensed the danger. With a swing of its huge head, it changed its direction. Harry had predicted that it would land on its neck. There was a loud sound and flames shot up into the sky. The big firecracker exploded. Unfortunately, the point of explosion was at the monster's neck. That spot was protected by a large amount of scales, so the damage caused by the explosion was limited. However, it was still a powerful explosion. Under the light of the explosion, Harry could see countless scale armor being blown away. After the intense explosion, the monster clearly felt the pain. It howled again and turned its mouth towards Harry's position. Its neck shrank, and it prepared to attack Harry. At this time, it was also because of the fire produced by the explosion. Although it was only for a short moment, it allowed everyone to see the existence of Harry beside the monster. "Harry!" June exclaimed. The men from the Hugh family jumped up in shock. "Isn't that Harry?" said a muscular guard. "He is indeed here. Quickly go and catch him," said a tall man. "Kill that monster and catch Harry," said one of the shorter men. The people of the Hugh family shouted and ran towards the monster. Some of them were even more impatient and shot at the monster from afar. When the natives of the village saw the people of the Hugh family attacking their god, they were worried that it would cause the god to become even more furious. These natives were also furious, and they immediately attacked the people of the Hugh family. The sudden attack caught the Hugh family by surprise, and they fell to the ground one after another. The weapons of the natives were shabby and primitive. In the hands of a warrior, they were quite effective. In a long-distance battle, the natives were definitely not a match for modern weapons, but now they were next to the people of the Hugh family. The people of the Hugh family did not think that the natives would turn against them. They did not even have a place to hide before they were attacked. For a moment, the people of the Hugh family were in chaos. They turned their weapons around and started shooting at the natives. Under the chaotic situation, no one noticed that the airship that was originally far away from the village had quickly landed near Harry. June, who was on the airship, was burning with anxiety. She had finally found Harry. This should have been something to be happy about. Harry threw an earth-shattering bomb at the monster, causing it to be injured. As a result, Harry aroused the monster's hatred. It opened its mouth wide and attacked Harry. Harry was not someone who would sit and wait for death. If he pulled Callie and Little Mews and ran, they would definitely not be able to escape from the attack range of this monster. However, Harry was currently carrying a bag of superconductive ores on his back. Perhaps it was because this monster had a powerful magnetic field. At this time, Harry was like a superhero, climbing trees and jumping around as if made of air. Harry jumped on the spot, pulling Callie and Little Mews along. Borrowing the momentum, he jumped more than 10 meters high. In the nick of time, he dodged the monster's big mouth and landed on the monster's head. June, who was in the airship cabin, saw the monster open its big mouth and attempt to swallow Harry. She was so scared that she immediately closed her eyes. She was afraid that Harry would become food for this monster. She could have saved Harry very soon, but she had missed it. For a moment, June's heart was filled with endless anger. If Harry was eaten by the monster, June decided that even if she had to flip the entire mountain over, she would find this monster and skin it alive. After June closed her eyes, these thoughts flashed through her mind. She opened her eyes again and looked towards Harry. She was stunned when she saw him. She saw Harry pulling two people along with a bulging bag on his back. It was as if he was weightless. In an instant, he rose from the ground, flew to a height of more than 10 meters, and landed on top of the monster. Such an action that went against common sense caused June's brain to go haywire. However, now was not the time to care about these details. Harry dodged the attack and saved his life. The happiest person was June. She immediately increased the engine power of the airship and flew towards Harry even faster. Standing on top of the monster's head, it was not a safe place at all because the monster kept shaking violently. If it wasn't for the superconductive ore floating in his backpack, he would have been thrown away by this monster a long time ago. At this moment, Harry could only use one hand to grab a protruding scale on the monster's head, while the other hand tightly hugged Callie and Little Mews. The monster clearly also noticed that Harry was on top of its head. It began to shake even more violently, wanting to fling Harry off. Harry only used one hand to bear the weight of 3 people. Obviously, he was not strong enough. Seeing that he was about to be thrown away, Harry finally saw the approaching airship out of the corner of his eye. June had damaged the airship to save Harry. She had to get closer. The airship was now falling at a very dangerous speed. It was less than 30 meters above the ground. Even the monster could reach this position, not to mention the stray bullets shot from the village. Any random attack on the airship would definitely cause it to fall. But June did not care about that. The airship was not a precious thing at all. It was just a tool to be used. In June's heart, Harry was unique. As long as Harry was safe, she could give up anything. She looked at Harry, who was shaking on top of the monster's head. June was about to jump down. However, she saw that when Harry grabbed the monster with one hand, he actually bent his legs and kicked the monster's body. In an instant, June understood what Harry was going to do. He wanted to jump onto the airship. "What are you doing?" June screamed in her heart. She wanted to shout loudly to stop Harry from doing such a dangerous thing. Although the airship was currently flying at a low altitude, however, she was still 50 to 60 meters away from Harry. June did not think that anyone could jump such a distance, even Harry. Harry, who was standing on top of the monster's head, had a plan in his mind. He felt that there was no problem. At this moment, standing on top of the monster's head, he had almost zero contact with the monster. The superconductive ore's buoyancy in his backpack also increased. Harry had confirmed that there was definitely a powerful magnetic field in the monster's body. It was just that it was caused by a special organ, and it was accumulated by devouring the ore. That was not something Harry could understand. He wanted to jump from the monster's body to the airship despite the distance. As long as he reached the airship and quickly rose to a higher altitude, this monster would not be able to do anything to him. "Hold on tight! I'm ready to jump over!" Harry loudly congratulated Callie and Little Mews. Callie quickly calculated in her heart and shook her head. "No, the 3 of us can't jump over together." She also knew that the superconductive ore's attributes had been activated, but unfortunately, there was only one package, and it could not be provided for the three of them to use at the same time. As long as Harry stayed here, they would be swallowed by the monster. Therefore, he did not waste any more time with Callie. He hugged her tightly and let little Muse grab his waist. While adjusting the angle to aim at the airship, he waited for the monster to swing in the same direction as when he jumped. This way it would be more convenient for him to use the momentum to jump over. After a moment, Harry kicked with all his strength. The three of them instantly jumped into the air. They landed accurately at the entrance of the cabin below the airship balloon. June understood Harry's thoughts, so she had already crossed the entire airship. The cabin door opened to welcome Harry from his jump. However, Harry had calculated many things. He even used the monster's swinging force to rush over faster, but he had miscalculated the monster's reaction. Just as Harry was about to land on the airship, the monster opened its mouth wide and swept over like a bolt of lightning. In the air, Harry could only rely on inertia to land forward. There was a way for him to change direction. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the three of them were about to fall into the monster's mouth. At this critical moment, a series of explosions rang out from the cabin of the airship. Rays of dazzling light accurately smashed into the monster's big mouth. It was June controlling the heavy weapons on the airship and shooting at the monster. As it was nighttime, the tracer light bullets on the weapon looked like beams of light, a rain of light that was flying toward the monster. Because June's shot was aimed at the monster's mouth, it instantly caused tons of damage to it. The monster's mouth clearly did not have the same hard-scale protection as the outside, and in an instant, a large amount of flesh and blood splattered out. Harry howled in the air, bringing Callie and little Muse into the cabin of the airship accurately. Because the force of the impact had yet to dissipate, the three of them could not stand on their feet and immediately rolled into a ball. Harry did not care about the pain in his body. After the force dissipated, he immediately got up. "Quick, rise into the sky and avoid the attack range of this monster." After saying that, he saw that June was the only one in the cabin controlling the heavy weapons to fire at the monster. When Harry saw that it was June who came to find him, of course, he was pleasantly surprised. Similarly, June was also very excited in her heart right now. She finally found Harry, but now was not the time to be completely happy. Because they needed to rescue Harry, the height of the airship was currently too low. If June had not kept shooting at the monster, it would not have retreated in pain. The airship might have been smashed down by the monster a long time ago. "Sir, I'll cover you. Get us up and out of the way," June quickly said as she attacked. This airship was not the old-fashioned model from the very beginning. It required 7 or 8 people or even more than a dozen people to control it to fly. The airship June bought previously belonged to a wealthy person's private property. It was fully equipped with more modern electronics. Controlling it was also very convenient. In an emergency situation, one person could operate it. However, Harry had never piloted an airship before, so he was really not familiar with this. "I don't know how," Harry said anxiously. "The most obvious lever, push it up the airship and it will rise," June said. "I see." Harry could still push the joystick. He pushed the joystick to the end according to June's instructions. The engine of the airship was operating at full power, and the propeller was rotating vertically. Inside the huge airbag of the airship, a large amount of hydrogen was also rapidly charging into the airbag from the compression container. Almost in an instant, the airship shook violently and flew toward the sky at an extremely fast speed. The monster on the ground could not ignore June's shooting and attack the airship. When it exceeded the attack range of the monster, it could only howl in anger and give up chasing. But giving up on Harry did not mean that the monster would leave. Perhaps the intense battle at the village attracted its attention, or perhaps it was angry because it did not catch Harry and wanted to vent its anger. It actually turned around and attacked the village. The subordinates of the Hugh family watched helplessly as Harry was rescued by the airship. They felt powerless in their hearts. They had spent such a long time, used so many men, and even risked their lives to enter Savage Mountain, all for the sake of catching Harry. If they couldn't capture Harry, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Xander. Many of them felt that if they really couldn't do it, they would just stay here and not leave the safety of the forest. However, the situation didn't allow these people to make a decision. The village had already become a mess. The Hugh family's attack on the monsters had angered the local natives, causing them to fight back. The bionic humans, whose combat strength had decreased due to the interference of the magnetic field, were not completely unable to fight. They continued to attack according to June's orders, regardless of whether it was the enemy or the natives. The monster gave up on attacking Harry and entered the village. It became even more aggressive. It did not have any allegiance. It would open its mouth and swallow anyone it saw. The sudden attack of such a huge monster caught everyone off guard, and no one could avoid the monster's devouring mouth. This thing had become very cunning after being taught a lesson by Harry. In the face of modern weapons shooting, it did not just rely on its hard scales to resist their weapons. Instead, it burrowed into the ground to launch a sneak attack. As long as there were more people gathered on the ground, it would immediately rush out and devour them. Harry, who was standing on the airship, used the searchlight to take a look at what was happening below. Callie and Little Muse could not bear to watch any longer and hid in the middle of the airship cabin to rest. Harry and June stood by the porthole and watched the monster below. Both of them were indifferent and would not sympathize with the people that were swallowed by the monster. They were the enemies that Harry wanted to eliminate, and those natives were not innocent. Because of the previous actions of trying to kill Harry, Harry regarded them as his enemies. Harry wouldn't feel pity even if many of them died. Instead, he hoped that the monster could devour them faster. It would be best if it killed all of them. In the village, the monster was like a devil that came out of the ground at random times. No one knew when it would suddenly rush out and swallow a few people before diving back into the ground. Even if these people were not standing in the open, it was still the same. No matter where they hid, they would not be able to escape from the monster's attacks. Even if they hid in the strongest house in the village, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. This monster was not picky when it devoured. Whether it was flesh or blood, or the wood and stone of the house, it would eat everything without spitting anything out. The natives' weapons were primitive and crude. In addition, they respected this monster like a god. The people of the Hugh family dared to fight, but unfortunately they did not have many heavy weapons. Even if they fought June just now, they would have used up all their ammunition. Now there was only a pile of light weapons left. Those small bullets the size of peanuts could not cause any damage to the monster's hard scales. These people were not stupid. Seeing that they would be completely wiped out if they continued to fight like this, they began to make plans to retreat. Harry took a look at the movements of these people in the sky and asked June, "Are you the only one who came here? Where are the others?" Harry had wanted to ask about this for a long time. June drove the airship deep into the mountain by herself. Although Harry was touched, he was also curious why he did not see any other subordinates. June explained, "We split up to search. I do not know where the others are now. I brought 11 bionic humans here. They are all in the village now." When Harry heard that there were still bionic humans, he immediately said, "Quickly get them out of the range of the village. Our airship will meet them outside. We can't lose them in this god-forsaken place." Letting the bionic human deal with that monster was not beneficial to Harry at all. As for those people from the Hugh family, they wouldn't live long even without Harry's order to attack them. Under the counterattack of the natives and the monster's attack, more than half of the 500 people from the Hugh family were gone in the blink of an eye. If the remaining half wanted to escape from the monster's attack, they would have to lose more than half of their men. There were only about 100 people left, and they were short of ammunition and food. It was impossible for them to leave the mountain. Therefore, Harry did not need to risk his bionic human to continue attacking. The cost of forging a bionic human by hand was 5 billion. Harry would feel sorry for losing this money. "Sir, in fact, whether it's those people from the Hugh family or that monster, as long as there are 11 bionic humans, we can solve this problem. It's just that we encountered some strange interference from the beginning, which caused the combat strength of the bionic human to decrease," June said in a puzzled manner. Callie continued, "The source of the strong magnetic interference is in that monster's body, so the bionic humans will naturally be suppressed. The best way is to retreat." June looked at Callie and nodded slightly. After all, the bionic humans were designed and built by Callie. No one could understand these killing machines better than her. The bionic humans in the village were still in perfect condition. It was not because the monster didn't attack them, but because the number of natives in the Hugh family was too big. Therefore, the chances of them being attacked were much lower than the other two groups. June ordered the bionic humans to leave the village and meet up with the airship. Bionic humans tried their best to avoid the chaotic situation along the way and successfully retreated. In fact, no one cared about them now. The biggest threat to the Hugh family was this unknown monster. Furthermore, they couldn't even defeat it. Right now, all they wanted to do was to escape the village. Who cared about the opponents who were beaten to death? As for how Harry was saved, how were they going to explain this to Xander? They had to leave this place alive before they could talk about the future. No matter what, when it was a life or death situation, people would always think about saving their own lives. The airship lowered its altitude very far from the village. The bionic humans that had been evacuated from the other side followed the descending ropes and returned to the interior of the airship. Harry observed carefully. Other than some of the places on their body that had been hit and some dirt on their body, there were no other problems. After successfully picking up the 11 bionic humans, Harry ordered the airship to take off. Now that they were quite far away from the village, the magnetic interference could barely be felt. The combat strength of the bionic humans had once again returned to normal. They looked at the village in the distance, which had been turned into ruins. There were still a few people who had luckily escaped. June asked, "Sir, do we need to send our men to chase after these people? They are all from the Hugh family. Now we can seize the opportunity to chase after them and kill all of them on this mountain." Harry shook his head. "Forget it. These defeated soldiers are no longer a threat to us. We don't need to dirty our hands further." Under the precondition that they were safe, Harry didn't want to complicate the matter anymore. The people of the Hugh family who were struggling to survive weren't important. What Harry wanted to eliminate was the backbone of the Hugh family, Xander. As long as this old man was gone, the entire Hugh family would fall. Callie looked at the monster that was rolling around in the ruins of the village and asked Harry, "Are we going back now? Since the enemy is gone, why don't we stay here for a while and study this thing?" Harry smiled bitterly. "Right now, we have very little in terms of ammunition. Let's go back for now. We will talk about this after we finish dealing with the troublesome matters at home. However, we might not be able to encounter the worm the next time we come. It's a rare opportunity," Callie said very regretfully. What she was interested in was the superconductive ores, the giant monster that could move freely underground, and the monsters in the underground cave. Harry wasn't in the field of research. Although he was curious about these oddities, he wasn't so curious that he wanted to stay. Anyway, he had already collected quite a number of samples of the most valuable superconductive ore. It was not impossible to synthesize it when he brought it back to the lab for analysis. "If you want to study it carefully, I will build a large research laboratory for you here when Savage Mountain is fully explored." Harry tried to persuade her. Callie sighed. She also knew that she could not be too willful just because she wanted to do research. Harry still had a huge business to run behind him, and he had to go back and deal with the people of the Hugh family. Right now, he really wasn't in the mood to explore the secrets of the mountain. She nodded and said, "All right, shall we go back now?" Harry smiled and looked at Little Muse, who was standing beside him. "No, let's go to Little Muse's tribe first and send her home." Ever since his father passed away, Little Muse had been very close to Harry and Callie, and they had been through a lot together. After experiencing these life and death tribulations, Harry also had feelings for this child. He also wanted to take her away from the mountain to live a better life outside. However, Harry could not make his own decision on this matter. After all, it was a matter that concerned Little Muse's life. He still had to discuss with her and see what she was thinking. Therefore, on the way to Little Muse's tribe, Harry asked if Little Muse wanted to leave together with them. Unexpectedly, Harry originally thought that Little Muse would agree, but after thinking for a long time, she actually refused. "Hey, Little Muse, why aren't you willing to leave this place with me? Living outside is thousands of times better than living here." Harry was puzzled. At this time, the sky had already started to brighten. Sunlight passed through the fog in the sky above the forest and formed beams of light that shone on the emerald green trees. All kinds of animals living in the forest also began to awaken. The dense fog lifted from the vibrant colors of the forest, but it did not lose its peacefulness. The previously chaotic village had long been far away. The night of life and death experience and the clamor of the chaotic battles were now like a dream. Little Muse stared blankly at the familiar yet strange forest outside the porthole and said to Harry, "I understand Big Brother's good intentions, but I can't leave this place because my father's soul is still here. I'm afraid that after leaving, he won't be able to find me and will be sad." Among the natives, Little Muse believed that humans had souls. After their ancestors passed away, their bodies would be gone, but their souls would always exist. Therefore, the natives here would rather endure the most difficult life than move from the places where they lived for generations. In fact, Little Muse really wanted to follow Harry out and see what life was like outside. She was curious about everything in the wider world. The food, clothing, and all manner of strange and wonderful things she didn't even know about. Now she was riding on a huge object that could fly in the sky. Everything made Little Muse extremely curious, but no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't go against the traditions of the tribe, especially when she had been relying on her father since she was young. After listening to Little Muse's explanation, Harry felt helpless. He could not force Little Muse to go against her beliefs. Since this was their tradition, Harry could only respect Little Muse's thoughts. The two tribes were very far apart, but if they used an airship as a transportation vehicle, it would not take long for them to arrive. When they reached the sky above the tribe, everyone in the tribe was alarmed again. They knelt on the ground for the second time and kept kowtowing to the airship that was floating above them. For these natives who lived close to their original lives, the airship was a huge object that almost covered the entire sky of the tribe. They could not understand why something so big could fly in the first place. The first time they saw it was when June came to find traces of Harry. The people in the small tribe were in awe at the giant flying beast that was commanded by a beautiful young woman. Immediately, they firmly believed that they must have met a god who had descended to the mortal world. Therefore, they were extremely respectful to June, afraid that God would be angered and punish them. After June left, the people in the tribe were quite disappointed. They did not expect that in just a day's time, she would actually come back. Immediately, the people in the tribe were overjoyed and ran out to kowtow. When they saw June walk out of the airship, the people in the tribe were overjoyed. They thought that the reason why their god would return so quickly must be because they favored their tribe over the others. However, when they saw Harry and Callie walk out, the people of the small tribe were a little surprised. When Little Muse appeared behind them, the entire tribe was in an uproar. Little Muse coming off the god's carriage was something none of them could have ever imagined. What was even more unbelievable was that Little Muse was extremely calm, not showing the slightest bit of fear. The tribe elder was so scared that he hurriedly spoke to Little Muse, warning her of the ways of their belief. "You can't be so disrespectful, otherwise you'll anger the gods." He said Little Muse already knew that Harry was no god and that he would be leaving soon. She didn't think it would matter. Little Muse felt extremely sad because she wanted to stay with him and Callie. She didn't care what the elder of her tribe was saying. The reason Harry came to this tribe again wasn't just to send Little Muse back. Previously, he and Callie were in trouble. If it wasn't for the people of this tribe helping them, they probably would have died in this unforgiving wilderness. Harry was not an ungrateful person. He wanted to repay the tribe for their kindness. Harry had never been stingy with people who had helped him before. Although he had a lot of money, it would all be meaningless to the tribe's people. Harry could only use other things to repay the tribe. June came here with limited resources, but in order to find Harry, she had the airship cabin filled with food to last them a few months. It was filled with high nutrition food with a long shelf life and all kinds of outdoor supplies and tools. Harry had no use for these things in his normal life, but to the people of Little Muse's tribe, it would be a huge fortune. "June, have someone move out all the supplies from the airship and leave them for the tribe," Harry instructed. June carried out Harry's orders unconditionally. She immediately told the bionic humans to empty the cabin. Apart from the fuel, they unloaded the majority of the food and supplies. Seeing the pile of resources on the open land in front of the tribe, once they realized the supplies were for them, everyone in the tribe cheered. For this primitive tribe, fighting for their food every day was stressful and left them uncertain if they would eat the next day. The supplies Harry left the tribe could feed them for a few months, and the clothes inside would last them quite a while in this harsh environment. Furthermore, the food June brought was more nutritious and had a richer taste than anything the tribe could find in the forest. The tribe's people had never tasted anything so good in their lives. They all cheered and knelt down in front of Harry and thanked him for his kindness. The tribe had figured that the airship was here to take Harry away. The tribe elders never expected that taking in Harry and Callie would have brought them such good fortune. Harry wanted to give them more, and even wanted to move them out of the forest to live a better life. Harry knew this was impossible. After telling the people in the tribe how to use those tools and how to ration the food, Harry was about to leave. Harry waved his hand and said goodbye to them, seeing Little Muse in the front looking like she was about to cry. "Don't be too sad," he said to Little Muse. "I might come back in the future." Little Muse smiled and said, "Big brother, you better keep your word." "I'll definitely keep my word," Harry said with a smile. Callie also bid farewell to Little Muse and the people in the tribe. Then they boarded the airship. The airship slowly lifted into the sky. June compared the map she drew when she entered the mountain. Then she plotted a course and flew the airship out of Savage Mountain. On the way, Harry looked at the hazy sky outside and asked, "Radios don't work out here. The others don't know that you found me. How are you going to tell them?" June said, "Sir, don't worry. Although there is no way to use modern communications in Savage Mountain, I have already made a plan of action." Before they came, the dozen or so airships were divided into different search teams. Because they could not communicate, June discussed with George and divided each team into its own search areas. Every search team had an overlap with another team. That way they could relay information between ships without any radio. The team that found Harry first would fly to one of the overlapping areas and inform the nearest airship, which would then gather the rest of the search teams. The airship carried a large number of light signal flares. When they reached the edge of the area, they would release the signal flares every once in a while until Harry was found. Once Harry was safe, they would light a different color flare, signaling the other search parties. Relying on such a mundane method, even though the efficiency was extremely slow, in an environment like Savage Mountain, it's the best way to communicate. Harry's airship, under June's control, arrived at the edge of its search area. Every 5 minutes or so, a signal flare would be fired in a fixed direction. The flare would shine for a while and slowly float to the ground, giving the other teams a good chance of seeing it. Harry's airship kept shooting flares for about half an hour. Another airship responded from afar, and the two teams met up. When the two airships were close enough and the interference on the radio was at its lowest, the airship captain on the approach ship spoke over the radio. June, did you find Mr. Parker?" "Yes, Mr. Parker has been rescued. He is now with me." "That's great. Is he injured?" "Everyone, please be at ease. I'm fine." Harry took the initiative to reply. "Oh yeah." Everyone on the opposite airship was extremely excited. At this time, after hearing Harry's voice and knowing that Harry had been rescued, his subordinates all heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts had been in their throats for days. Now they could finally relax.